Okay. Okay. Hello. 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 We are live in our new software, folks. Brand new software. Tonight we are working without a net. But it's okay, because we're just covering the Chandler Halderson case. Man, what was his point? What was his point? You know, I get it. If you admit it was you, then, you know, you don't have an appeal. You can't just appeal. Well, can you? Can you appeal if you say it was me and accept a guilty verdict? I'd like to appeal my conviction. I now don't believe it was me. I don't know. But yeah, what was the point? I mean, he should have come up with something. He should have said, listen, what happened was the mystery couple came into the house, blindfolded me, tied me to the bedpost, and killed my mum and dad. I mean, they didn't say anything. They just let the state have loose, have at it, have the whole jury, have the evidence, have the biggest table in the room, you know. And then it came to closing argument, and you thought, maybe this is it. They've been waiting to give their amazing closing argument, and it was terrible. And not only was it terrible, Angela Rayner for the state, assistant counsel for the state, or co-counsel, whatever, for the state, delivers the main closing, which is very good. Not quite as good as William Brown's opening. But then it's over to Miss Vera, I think, for the defense, who just stands there insulting the jury for 33 minutes. Basically calling them morons, saying, yes, it won't be possible for you to detach your emotions from making this important decision because you're morons. And then William Brown steps up back to the plate and just delivers the most brutal rebuttal. It should be called a re-brutal address to the jury. The last thing they hear before they go to deliberate. Just double checking. Are we live, guys? Are we live? I hope we're live. Are we in the chat? We better check this. Let's check it out. Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we might have a few teething problems tonight, but that's all part of it, guys. We've got this fantastic new software. We've got integration with buymeacoffee.com, so all the coffees that come in pop up on the screen. It's going to be fantastic. What a riot! And other stuff. But I'm still working it out. But man, this software looks like the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to do so many integrations now. It's so fantastic. Anyway, we are going to look at the closing arguments of Chandler Halderson case and the rebuttal by Attorney Brown, Special Prosecutor Brown. And see how we go, yeah? Just see how we go. I don't know, I don't think we're done with the case yet. I think there's still some good witnesses to go through. But I want to find the right ones, and you know, I'm also going to tell the story from scratch, Metrix style, like all those other guys on YouTube who do the full story. We can do that too, but in our own way. We're not going to be JCS inspired or blah blah blah. We're just Metrix. Anyway, let's get to it.
HDMI left on, Your Honor. Okay. Good morning. I always start my closing arguments in the same way. And it's simply this. If any of the attorneys, either throughout the trial or during closings today, from either side, myself, Mr. Brown, or the defense, misstate a fact or evidence, you should
All good with the audio? Right in.
go with your collective memories. You guys are the jury. We've sat with this case for months, had meetings about it, talked about it, read things about it, and sometimes, not intentionally, but sometimes people, misremember something or think of one thing they read. So please use your collective memories as jurors to determine what you heard and what you saw. Additionally, it should be the written law.
Thank you, Linny. So, Miss Raymond is going to deliver this closing argument. Thanks for adding. Audio's great, fantastic. Yeah, but she does a real... I've only seen it once, and that was probably a couple of years ago more than a couple of years ago, when it first happened. But as I remember, and I had just had a little skip through earlier this evening, and yeah, she's got a load of PowerPoint slides, really good summary of the case. Yeah, it's gonna lead us into the main event of tonight's program, which is the defense's closing argument. Because the question is, when we watch it, what is your argument? What is your argument? You don't have one, so why are you here? Why are you here?
Law that the judge just read and that you will get a copy of that should determine how you process and think of the law. For years, I've listened to attorneys where prosecutors have basically belittled the burden of proof and where the defense has built it up to be something that can never be overcome or could only be overcome by video. Neither of those things are true. You should look at the written law and follow the written law.
It's funny because video is going to be a big part of the defense's argument. The fact that there isn't a video of Chandler Halderson cutting up his dad. Thank God.
Second thing I want to say is I want to apologize for all the graphic photos that you folks had to look at the last 3 weeks.
Hi, Dan Bailey. Sarah Boone is... her attorney is trying to get a new trial for her, blaming prosecutorial misconduct and bad rulings by the judge. Good luck with that. Sentencing will be proceeding. There's a pre-sentence investigation going on by the Department of Corrections at the moment, and sentencing will be proceeding on December 2nd. You know, she'll obviously appeal that. I can't see it going anywhere. But she's also doing this big shout out about how she wants to have parental rights and have a say in everything to do with Lucas. Just let it go, Sarah. Let Brian and Lucas go. They want to move to Argentina. They've got a place set up in Buenos Aires, and they never want to hear from you again or see you. They don't even want to send Christmas cards or get Christmas cards or nothing. Just let it go, Sarah. That boy is so lucky that you're not part of his life, and Brian has had a hard run of it. Just let him go. Let him go. Let him have his Mountain Dew in peace, you know?
I'm sorry I had to show them to you. But we had to. They were part of a crime, and because of the charges and what we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, it was necessary for you to look at some of those photos. I will promise, though, today I will not be showing you those anymore. There will be none of those photos in my closing. So every case that comes in...
So spooky, this picture, isn't it? I mean, they're really looking at the camera, you know? You really connect with these people. And you think, where is her head? Where is his right arm? It's gone. Must be so weird for the family.
It's kind of like a puzzle. You have to look at it, because obviously you weren't there.
It's kind of like a puzzle, what with pieces all over the place. Don't say that, Angela Rayner, come on. It's not a puzzle. Puzzle pieces, not body pieces. This picture is like a puzzle. It's too much.
But, solving a case and thinking about whether or not a person is guilty or not guilty is like putting together a puzzle. And it's your job as the jury to put that puzzle together. But the question in this case, or why this case is...
Oh, I can't believe they're putting puzzle pieces. I mean, he cut them up. He separated all those pieces. That's... I don't know. I just feel that's kind of bad taste. To say that they're puzzle pieces and we need to put them back together. Oh dear.
kind of unique is the person...
And like with the academy, the police academy, where they teach, what are the lines? What are the lines? Oh, I got you. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. And sit tight. Okay, sit tight for me there. Sit tight. And what's the other one? Oh, no, you're fine. No, you're fine. These things, if a cop starts saying any of those things to you, ask for an attorney immediately, because it's not going well. That's the things that the cops say to make you not get on edge, but there's absolutely reason for you to get on edge because they're looking into you. And attorneys have the same bag of tricks, well, not the same bag of tricks, but the same standard things, puzzle pieces and other stuff. We should build a list.
Who committed the crime had 8 days to spread the pieces of that puzzle all over the state of Wisconsin, or at least southern Wisconsin. Now, what are the pieces of those puzzle? They're evidence. What is evidence? It's what you saw in this courtroom and what you heard in this courtroom, testimony. People sitting on the witness stand and telling you what they knew.
I was trying to find out what the cost of this murder trial was. This pointless trial, you know, the state has to pay for this. So the people of the state have to pay for this. I mean, you know, it's I guess it's difficult to quantify, and every case will be different, but it's millions, right? I mean, it's millions of dollars.
Before we start off going through that evidence, I want to remind you of the background of the events before July 1st of 2021. In June of 2021, Bart and Krista Halderson lived at 4595 Oak Springs Circle with their son, Chandler Halderson. And at that time in June, they thought that their son had an internship with American Family. Although there was problems with the payment, he hadn't been working there about 6-7 months, hadn't been paid yet. They thought their son was attending MATC, that he had already earned a solar certificate there, and that he was enrolled in the IT program and was one class away from graduating. They also thought that he was going to soon be going to a job in Titusville, Florida at SpaceX. Now, things became a little suspicious to the father, Bart Halderson.
Can you imagine, I mean, especially Krista, who was like, you know, they keep saying this helicopter mother, really involved and, you know, proud of her sons and everything like that, you know. She must have been on the phone to anyone who will listen. You'll never guess what. Chandler got this great job and is moving to Florida. He's going to be working at Elon Musk's company, sending rockets to Mars. That's what our son's doing. You know, family members, friends, co-workers. She would have been telling everybody, right? Crazy.
Who's an accountant. He's wondering, why is a Fortune 500 company not paying my son when he's working there? And for over a year, he was talking to various people at Madison College or MATC about why he hadn't gotten his son's transcripts, why they couldn't get a meeting, why he hadn't received his solar certificate. He had been emailing with these 3 people, Aaron Hoover, Daniel Spieth, and Alyssa Brandt.
I'm surprised it went on for a year, you know, of Bart being involved and Chandler not getting paid. How can you not get paid for a fucking year? It's ridiculous. Okay, 1 or 2 delays. I mean, that would be obscure anyway. The thing, his first excuse was, oh no, they had me down as an hourly worker, but really I should be getting a salary. So, it needs to go back to accounts and blah, 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 blah. You know, okay. Maybe that's believable. And then the second excuse next month was, oh, I gave them the wrong direct deposit information. Well, okay. I mean, that seems like it should be able to be fixed immediately. They're not going to have to wait until the next month. But okay, that's 2. We'll give him 2. Anything more than that, and something's very, very wrong, right? It's a Fortune 500 company.
And been communicating with them. This all kind
If it was some startup, you know, and they were waiting for another round of angel investors to come in and stimulate the whatever, you know, put some money in, and it was taking too long because the prototype wasn't ready and blah blah blah. So, you know, well then get another job.
of comes to a crescendo or to a head the day before Bart is murdered. And on that day, he has a phone call with Omar Job. He starts off this phone call, you can just tell in his voice, he's angry. Because he thinks this college has been giving him and his son the runaround for about a year. They're not doing their job. And so he's kind of aggressive at the beginning of this call. You don't really like him until you know the whole story. And he learns during this call that his son has never earned a solar certificate, that his son is not enrolled in the IT program, that his son owes the college over $1,000, and that Alyssa Brandt...
It was over $2,000. I think it was $2,300.
Aaron Hoover and Daniel Spieth have never worked for Madison College. We see, and that is the...
Yeah, this is very, very true, Ride-In Shotgun. It says, help support True Crime Metrix with Buy Me a Coffee. Your support helps bring true crime cases to explore. New true crime cases to explore. We have got such a long list of cases to get through. Plus, this November, it is 12 years since Michael Dunn had his fateful day. We've got to do an anniversary special for that. You know, maybe see where Mike is now. Rotting in jail. Good.
Background that lead us into the events of July 1st, 2021. On that day is started by Chandler messaging his girlfriend. 7:26 a.m. I hardly slept. 7:27 a.m. I don't know.
Okay, just a bit of context here. This is the morning of July 1st. So Bart and Krista are still alive at this point when these texts are being sent. But Chandler is aware that his dad is like, he's worked it all out. He's had the call with Omar Job. He's worked out there's no college degree, no solar certificate, no job with American Family, no job with Elon Musk, nothing, right? He's worked it all out, and it's about his whole web of lies is about to come crashing down. His girlfriend's going to find out and leave him. He's not going to have any friends, you know. His parents are going to take his PlayStation away and smash it into 1,000 pieces. He can't let that happen, guys. He's got to act. But he's hardly slept, and that's not because he's been cutting up his parents' heads. It's because he's worried that his dad is, on his case. Really on his case.
Really hasn't been going well for me lately. So I'm trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over.
Yeah, it's all things fucking you over, Chandler, isn't it? It's not the case that you just don't take responsibility for anything in your own life. You're a blood-sucking parasite that just eats out of the family fridge and demands soda from your mother, who has a job. Oh, can you pick up soda on your way back? Yeah, I'm gonna need soda for my evening of gaming, okay? I've been gaming all day, but it's thirsty work gaming. So definitely gonna need some soda. I'd tell him, listen, buddy, until you get a fucking paycheck, you're drinking out of the garden hose. Plus, we're gonna charge you $1 a gallon for that.
We know at 7:27 a.m., his mom leaves for work. She works customer service at Zimbrick. She heads to work. We then know at 7:51 a.m., Chandler messages his girlfriend, "Yeah, I had a great future planned, and it's falling apart." Now, what does he know at this point? His dad does send him a text message the day before saying, "I spoke to Omar Job." I honestly don't know if that meant anything to Chandler or not. But things are coming to a crescendo. And what we do know is he texts his girlfriend at 1:04 p.m. I overheard that they may go to the cabin with their friends, and I don't know.
So that's when he's, he didn't overhear them say they may go to the cabin, and there are no friends. So this is probably the earliest point where we can say he's made up his mind. He's going to kill them both and pretend they've gone to the cabin. So this is at what time? 1:04 p.m. About 2 hours before the killings, right?
But I don't know. We also know that on Bart's work calendar, he has a meeting with Chandler and MATC. I don't know if Bart confronted him the night before. I don't know if Bart was going to see how long this ruse or how elaborate this ruse was going to get. But this...
What do you think in the comments, guys? Do you think Bart confronted Chandler the night before? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. What can we base this on, though? Did Bart... Oh, hello. Did Bart confront Chandler the night before the murder? Just wonder what people think. Uh-oh, that's the wrong one. That's a Q&A. We need a poll. We need a poll. Did Bart confront Chandler the night before the murders? Yes or no? That'll be interesting. What can we base that on, though? If I was Bart, what would I do? I've spoken to Omar Job. I've got the meeting set up with me and Chandler at MATC. We're going in to pay the balance and to find out what's going on with the solo certificate. Would I just see what happened with Chandler? See if he's going to come forward? Or would I say, what the fuck? I spoke to Omar Job and he says there's no degree and nothing. You know what? I would probably do the first one. I'd probably just say, yeah, I set up a meeting. They want us to go down there and something about getting the transcripts. So listen, we got to go down there, you and me, at 3, okay? So be ready to leave at 2:45. Whatever. That's what I'd do, and just see what happened. Don't show your cards too early. Don't show your cards too early. But I'm not Bart, so what do you think Bart did? Answer the poll.
This topic was going to be discussed, and there would be a coming to terms. We know that at 2:10 p.m., Bart texts Chandler, "I'm ready whenever you are."
Okay, does that lend any clue to whether or not Bart confronted him the night before? This is at 2:10 p.m. the day of the murders. I'm ready whenever you are. It does sound a little ominous, doesn't it? But it could also be just saying I'm ready to go. Car's running. Can't really doesn't give much evidence of either way.
What happened next? Well, We have to look at the evidence.
I'd love to know how Chandler lured, because he shot him in the basement, right? That's where the shell casing is. I think there's a bullet hole in the wall. Didn't clean that up. So what, did he pretend to fall down the stairs again? Ah! My neck! Help! I'm in the basement! Then Bart comes down and he shoots him in the back. Oh my gosh.
There's a spent shell casing in the basement of the home. There's a bullet fragment. Noticeable. Oops. Sorry. Noticeable reddish-brown staining. Also test positive for Bart's DNA. That's a...
How do you not clean that up? He had like 7 days of cleaning and he didn't clean up the fucking bullet fragment with Bart's DNA on it? I mean, that's a major clue.
bullet that went through and through Bart. The spent casing. And that casing tested positive as being shot from the rifle that belonged to Chandler. We know that Chandler got this rifle about 2 weeks prior, and it was found in the barn on Irwin Road. We know that he got it from his friend Smith, and he was given a bunch of ammo. We also see evidence in the basement of a divot from Ricochet, a fresh divot.
Is that on the floor, the Ricochet?
We also see evidence in
Looks like it, doesn't it?
the basement of a divot from Ricochet, a fresh divot. Also, blood. A quadrillion times more likely to be Bart than any other unknown person. More.
A quadrillion. I think she should hit home that is an actual number, because that sounds like a made-up number, doesn't it? I want $1 quadrillion. But no, it's a 1 with 15 zeros after it. Wow. That is a lot of zeros.
More blood. And we know that Chandler texted his mom this. Dad's phone died. Text or call me. Remember, Dad's phone had a charger right there on the desk. You can plug your phone in and within 10 seconds send a text message. I think here there's a half-truth. Dad's dead. Dad died. Oh, and get me soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. We know Chandler didn't have a job. He's stalling to get his mom to take more time. Okay, I can, she says, smiley face. We know that she returns to the house at 5:12 p.m.
Oh, shit. Let's just have a look at the wording of that again.
Get me soda on your way home. I have an extra. Remember, Dad's phone had a charger right there on the desk. You can plug your phone in and within 10 seconds send a text message. I think here there's a half-truth. Dad's dead. Dad died. Oh, and get me soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. We know.
This little Lord Snooty Pants over here, he's like, oh, and get me soda on your way home. Jesus Christ, if I spoke to my mother like that, there would be no soda. Put it that way. Oh, and get me soda on your way home. No, you have to ask. You have to say, could you please pick up some soda for me to enjoy? Could you please, if it's not too much trouble, please. Oh, and get me soda on your way home. Fucking hell, I can't believe that. You see, his mother shouldn't have stood for that kind of talk. That's partly what made him so entitled, right? get me soda. And it's the O at the beginning, like, oh, I forgot the order that I was supposed to give you. Oh, let me just remind myself to tell you what to do. Get me soda on your way home.
Chandler didn't have a job. He's stalling. Get his mom to take more time. Okay, I can, she says, smiley face. We know that she returns to the house at 5:12 p.m. We also know that her blood is found in the basement as well. And at 5:11...
Hello, Leslie. Good to see you, Leslie. And Carrie, and Dan, of course, and Linda. Everybody. And Lego person, Patricia Burns, oh my god. Yeah, great to see you all, guys.
p.m., 5:11 p.m., Chandler starts writing the following note. Weekend chores, H2O2 and lemon. So that's hydrogen peroxide, which cleans up blood, and lemon, which is a deodorizer. Door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job. Interesting, if he would have just gotten a job, he wouldn't have had to do the prior three.
This is his list of chores. H2O2 lemon. Door handles. Move your shit upstairs. Get a job. Clean floor. And find out where the messenger took the hidden item in Tarkov. Just the attitude that comes across in how he writes things down. It's awful. It's just, what a horrible human being. I mean, aside from all the murder, just anyway, what a just nothing, horrible, boring human being. It's this attitude thing.
Clean the floor. That came back in a search warrant for his Google account. We also know at 7:49 p.m. he's in the shower FaceTiming his...
This is like his prison bitch photo. Now, this is him every day in the shower in prison, bending over.
Girlfriend. So he cleans up. He then departs at 8:16 that night for Quit Trip. We see him there at the Quit Trip. There's the Volvo. There he is. He buys 20 pounds of ice. He arrives back home at 8:29 p.m. Then we know that somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, the neighbor, Steve Greiber, smells a weird burning, a pungent burning that he describes like a pig roast. And you heard testimony from Fire Inspector Bill Boswell that unfortunately in his line of work, he's come across many burned bodies, human bodies, and that they do in fact smell like a pig roast. Moving on to Friday, July 2nd. We know throughout that night, and I'm not re-showing this video, but there's hours of this video. We know that we see burning in the fireplace and the garage light go on and off. All throughout the night. There it is, almost 3 a.m. Until at one point it kind of crescendos and dies down. We also know, looking at the living room of the Halderson home, that right there...
I think it probably would have been a better idea just to set the whole house on fire, right? I mean... if he could have rigged some kind of major explosion, you know, I don't know if they had a gas storage tank or something, you know. I mean, obviously the fire department are pretty good at detecting when it's intentional, but, you know, there's got to be a way to rig it. Could he conceivably have made such a fire that it would have obliterated his parents completely? No trace? Depending on where he shot them, it would have been a better option, I think. You know, it would have been a better shot than what he did. What he did was really, really dumb.
There by the fireplace is a measuring tape. Folks, he measured the parts of the body to see if they were small enough to fit into the fireplace. And a fan, add oxygen to that fire, make it burn a little bit hotter. We know that it burned hot enough that it damaged the fireplace. The door shattered.
You know, if I were looking at that fireplace and I was thinking to myself, could I cremate a human head in there? Bearing in mind you've got the whole skull. Obviously the hair's gonna go. A lot of the flesh would probably go. But it would turn into such a oily, you know, if you took a bit of beef fat, a big thick piece of beef fat or pork rind, you know, with the hard skin from the pork rind, and threw it in a big fire that you could fit in that fireplace, yeah, it'd get really crispy and go all black, but it would drip down, and the stuff it drips down onto, it just coats it, you know what I mean? And stays on there after the fire is gone. Evidence.
And the paint.
But let alone the fucking teeth and the skull, Mandeville, whatever. You know, the cranium, eye sockets. That's all some hard shit. Calcium stuff, right?
Paint is visibly peeling and bubbling. We also know that there's blood evidence. Evidence of cleanup from the luminol photos, as well as droplets of blood. We know that blood test, that those stains test positive for blood, and that they test positive for Bart and Krista's DNA. There is also some DNA from Chandler. He did cut his foot. We're not disputing that. But he cut his foot in the process of dismembering and blowing and burning his parents, not from playing ball with the dogs. More blood. That's also Dad. And of course, on top of this fireplace that then is made to look all pristine with papers that date to June 23rd.
Yeah. I love the thing about he made the fireplace stocked with the papers, newspapers from June 3rd. So who on a hot July morning looks at the empty fireplace and says, "Oh, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm gonna get the fireplace ready for December with today's paper. Yes, in 6 months we won't have to worry about that."
Not in the winter, from when you would have last actually had a real fire, but from June 23rd, there's a piece of skull. And so Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto gets involved.
He just doesn't think about those details, does he? All he thinks is, oh yeah, if I make the fireplace look ready to use, it'll look like it hasn't been used, right? He must have looked at it and gone, I mean, it's a fucking mess. Look at it. Hang on. Where is it? Oh. That is how he left it, and he thought that wasn't going to attract attention. Oh yes, I was playing ball with the dogs. So he must have looked at that and thought, yeah, that looks like it's just been used. I know. I'll make up the logs so it's ready for winter, and I'll use any newspaper, not thinking that a cop is obviously going to look at the newspaper. Idiot. Just really basic. You know, I thought all these gamers were supposed to be like strategic thinkers and, you know, I mean, this kind of sounds like a level in a game, right? Where you've got to think about what the investigator or what, you know what I mean? It's that kind of strategizing that's in games. He should be a pro at this. He's rubbish.
That then is real fire, but from June 23rd, there's a piece of skull. And so Dr. Christina wrote...
Hello, Christina and Marianne. Good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Christina Figueroa Soto gets involved in this case. And she finds bones. She finds lots of bones. They go into this ash trap. I had never even heard of an ash trap before. Clearly, neither had Mr. Halderson. But they find a total of...
When they're talking about the ash trap, do they just mean the thing under the fire grate? Like, what do you mean you've never heard of an ash trap? It's where the ashes go.
230 bone fragments. She's able to say 106 of them were substantial enough that she's able to say what they were, that they were human and what parts of the body they're from. 53 from the skull or cranium, 18 from the hands, 24 teeth, 8 vertebrae, 3 long bones, either from arms or legs.
So the vertebrae, I'm assuming, would have been from their necks, right? Not the spine where the torso is, because Bart's torso was in the woods, and I think, you know, he probably put his mother's torso in the Wisconsin River, which has got these really bad currents, and, you know, even with the dive team down there, they just couldn't find anything, so it got swept away. God, you know, right now, Krista Halderson's torso, what's left of it, is somewhere in the United States. Probably embedded in some mud, you know. Crazy, huh? But there is a point on Earth right now where that remains. It's only a couple of years ago. I don't think bones disappear that quickly if they're in water.
There's also evidence in the garage. We have blood staining on shoes. That blood staining tests positive for both Bart and Krista and is identified as blood, not just touch DNA.
Shoes are so annoying for criminals, aren't they? They always get caught. Like, again, like with Charlie Adelson and his fucking code words. You need an extra pair of shoes. You need an extra pair of shoes that no one's ever seen you wear, that you've never been photographed in, and that you're never going to use again because you're going to get rid of them. Like, complete physical destruction. Wipe them off the planet. Shoes really trip people up. Ah ha 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 ha.
More staining on the shoes. Bart. And in the shoes, they test the inside of the shoes as well to see whose shoes these belong to. They're Chandler's. They're his size 10 and a half. Oh, and he's wearing them right there. Those are the shoes he wore.
I really hate his clothes as well.
In the garage, there's an axe.
His whole sense of styles, like, what the fuck? Next.
Found. And there's blood staining on this axe. It's positive for human blood on the hilt. It's positive for human blood on the head. On the head of the axe is both Bart and Krista's DNA. On the hilt is both Bart and Krista's DNA. And look at those numbers. A quadrillion times more likely to be those two than an unknown person. That's 1,000 times the world's population. And on that...
It's more. It's 100,000 times the world's population. Let's go back. Okay, so... 1 billion is 9 zeros. Let's say that there's... Let's be kind and say there's 10 billion people on the world. It's a bit less than that, isn't it? But round figures that we've still got to deal with. Okay, so that'll be 1 billion, 10 billion. We've still got 5 zeros to go, which is 100,000. It's 100,000, lady. God, these attorneys, you know. I mean, I'm not making that up. It's 100,000 times the world's population. Why make that mistake? How many times has she been over this presentation? You know, I think partially it's being in the moment, performing, like being on stage. But you'd think you'd get numbers like that right.
A quadrillion times more likely to be those two than an unknown person. That's 1,000 times the world's population. And on the handle, Bart and Krista's DNA as well. We know at 7:02 a.m. that morning, that's a Friday morning of a holiday weekend, okay? July 3rd, Friday.
Yeah, don't forget to join the True Crime Metrix YouTube memberships, guys. Fantastic YouTube memberships. Get a star next to your name and other benefits. What are those benefits? Well, click the link and you'll find out.
Morning, a 23-year-old at 7:02 a.m. gets up, drives to Fleet Farm. Again, wearing those shoes. He buys a tarp. There's that tarp, 6x8. That tarp is later found in a trash bin at the Irwin Road property out in the woods.
It's not very big, is it? It's barely enough to put a man on. 6 foot by 8 foot. I mean, surely get a 12 by 20.
He returns home at 7:31. And we see the following, throughout the day, we see the following text messages between him and his girlfriend. We're set for this. We just need ice. And now hydrogen peroxide, because I stepped on glass. Later, there's more talk, whether she will come or not. But if your mom has an extra bottle, that'd be great. And a Swiffer wet jet. Okay, I do kind of, and there's more talk about whether or not Kat will be there and what time. And Chandler responds, okay, I do kind of need the Swiffer and the peroxide and stuff. Oh, and remember ice. Didn't he just buy 20 pounds of ice less than 12 hours earlier?
Yeah, but, you know, he's really likes chilled drinks. Oh, and true to form here, Chandler, just getting people to pick your shit up. And yeah, I do need that Swiffer wet jet. So are you coming over? Yeah, it'd be great to spend time together, but also Swiffer. And ice.
But he needs more ice. What does he need that ice for? Well,
that is the smallest chest freezer I've ever seen. That's just big enough to fit Bart Halderson's torso in, I should think.
Fireplace broke. We know there's a freezer. He bought lots of ice, and that freezer tested positive for human blood. Parts of his mom and his dad were put in that freezer. We know that night on the 2nd, one of Krista's coworkers, Daniel Croninger, came to the house. He had heard that day that Krista no-called and no-showed for work, and that is not the Krista.
It's Croninger. Germans can't say J.
He knew. She had worked there for several years and had never done that before, just not the type of person she was. I mean, of course, I never met her, but she seems a little type A. Like, she liked things to be in order, liked things to be a certain way, and was responsible. So he comes over, and Chandler begins to tell the tale of, yeah, they went up to the cabin, they left.
Gotta imagine that, huh? You've got your fucking... You've been cutting up your parents all day. You've just got them down into the chest freezer in the basement. There's a bloody tarp all over the floor of the basement, and then there's a knock at the door, right? And it's a co-worker from your mother's business saying, yeah, she hasn't come in today. Have you heard from her? That'd be freaky, wouldn't it? It's closing in, Chandler.
This morning with some mystery couple, you know, she probably just forgot to take off. Even though her boss testified that she would often take off a year in advance and get the dates right, and had dates planned out in the future. But Daniel seems to be somewhat satisfied with that. Here's the problem. Krista's phone is responding to towers in her house. She didn't go anywhere. She never left that house. There are cameras on every side of that house. We know when Krista went in, and we never see her leave. This is not a whodunit, folks. That house is surrounded by cameras. We know who came and left. And we know that her phone was found in a shoe, hidden under a shelf, behind others.
And I hate his shoe. Look at this shoe. Oh, I can't zoom in? Okay. Well, I know what kind of shoe that is. I think it's a Vans shoe with this stupid pattern on it. Like, what is it? Sort of tropical. It's like a Hawaiian shirt, but a shoe. I hate his shoe.
Wrapped in tinfoil, wrapped in a paper towel. Dan leaves about 10 minutes later after talking with Chandler.
Hello, Udi. How you doing, man?
And Kat arrives and spends the night. And they spend the night on this couch fort. You probably thought, why are they putting it?
So that's the couch fort, huh? Any 20-year-old girls out there? Does that look appealing for, you know, date night at your boyfriend's house? Parents are gone. We're gonna sit here and watch New Girl on Netflix. Oh God. It doesn't even look comfortable.
And evidence about that, who cares where they slept? This is why it's important. A normal bed, a queen size, is about 5 feet wide. 2 people can sleep there really comfortably and, for the most part, not disturb one another unless you're a rather light sleeper. But Chandler has a problem. He has body parts in the basement of his home, in the freezer. What if Kat gets a hankering for some ice cream and goes in there like she had before? He needs to be able to control her that night. He needs to be able to know if she wakes up and where she goes if she does.
Man, she'd have been dead so fucking quickly, huh? If she'd have woken up and got a hankering for some ice cream and went down to the basement and screamed when she saw a fucking torso of Bart Halderson in there, Chandler would have not thought twice about that, would he? The dude is gone, man. Compartmentally, he's not there in his fucking head. He'd have killed her instantly, not a thought about it. Man, scary. Oh, really scary. You know? No warning sign. That's a real horror movie moment, that. You just see the bit in the film where she opens the chest freezer. Maybe the camera shot is from inside the freezer, right? And you see her face as she turns and looks in, like a Tarantino shot. And then she screams, and the next shot is Chandler right there in the basement with the axe.
So he builds this, a thing that has walls where you really can't get in and out of it gracefully. It's his way to know where she's at. I'm not sure if his girlfriend realizes how lucky she actually is. Saturday, July 3rd, 2021. Kat leaves at 6:55 a.m. She has a job. And we know at 7:47 a.m., Chandler is once again up and leaving the house, headed for Roxbury. How do we know that he's headed for Roxbury? His Snapchat shows him there. Kat kind of keeps track of Chandler's location, and they snap each other all the time. She finds him there. His phone also puts him there. And he's quite close to where the remains were found. We also know that is an area he frequented. That's a picture of him about a year before, standing there with a knife.
Why are you going to take your mother's legs to an area where you're known to go and have photographs of you at? This guy, you know, I mean, if the legs ever were found, if there were a good enough plan in place, he could have blamed it on someone else, some crazed killer. You know, must have grabbed her on her way back from the office and cut her up and threw her legs in this bush. The only problem with that, Chandler, is it's your favorite swimming spot.
And that white tent in the background, that's where they found Mom's legs. Dr. Rogalska performed the autopsy of the legs. And there's only certain things she can tell us from the limited amount of human body remaining that she was able to do an autopsy of. She can say that Krista Halderson was dismembered post-mortem, so after death. She also,
Well, at least there's that. At least he didn't cut off his mother's leg while she was conscious. Yeah.
at a totality of the circumstances, puts the cause of death as homicidal violence. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot tell you if Krista was shot, strangled, stabbed, or something else. I can't. What I can tell you is...
That's interesting, isn't it? I think we've all just assumed, I mean, we know Bart was shot because they dug 2 bullets out of his back, or it went through and through, but we have his back, so we saw that his back was shot. And badly, I mean, it severed his spinal column and all sorts of stuff. That's provable, but not all of... sorry, what's her name? Krista's body was found, just her legs, I think. So... we don't know if she was shot, strangled, stabbed, and I think it's just been an assumption of mine and probably other people's that she was also shot with the SKS rifle like Chandler did to Bart. But maybe not. You know, Bart was pretty big, a lot bigger than Chandler, right? A gun makes noise. It's a residential neighborhood with, you know, it's not like the houses aren't that spaced out. It's pretty, your next door neighbor's pretty close. And okay, if you shoot your gun in the basement, that's going to muffle the shot somewhat, but it makes noise. It makes an uncomfortable amount of noise. And firing it once is less likely, or on one occasion, is less likely to draw attention than on 2 separate occasions a couple of hours apart. The reason I'm saying that is there's no way that Chandler could overpower his dad physically. No way. He's a skinny little kid and Bart was quite a big guy. Ish, you know, a lot bigger than him. But, you know, he could probably handle his mother, right? So why not rope around the neck from behind, pull, knee on the back, just keep pulling. It's silent. It's not that quick. I think you have to pull for like 5 minutes to kill someone by strangulation, right? Or stabbing, but stabbing's quite messy. Maybe it was strangulation with Krista. You know, shooting is sort of a last resort. If you can't take the person physically, shoot them with a gun. But if you can take the person physically, a gun, it draws more attention, even if you're in a basement, right? I'd never really thought about that before. It's quite possible. Oh, let's do another poll. Let's do another poll. Okay, let's first have a look at this poll. Okay, so 82% of you think that Bart confronted Chandler the night before the murders. Okay. I mean, I'm leaning to disagree because I think more would have happened. I think there would have been a big blow-up. And Krista would have known about it. But in Chandler's exchange with Krista about the soda. Oh, get me soda on your way back. Does that fit? I mean, that doesn't fit in any situation. What a rude little fucker. But does it fit with just having a big family bust up and this huge revelation about, you know, if my point is, if Bart had confronted Chandler, then Krista would have known about it. And if Krista knew about that and Chandler knew she knew, would that whole thing with the soda have gone, because that happened after the night that we're talking about, would that have gone like we have seen in the texts? I think probably not. Probably not. You know. I have to say that I'm not firmly decided, but I'm definitely leaning towards that there wasn't a big bust up the night before, and that Bart probably was playing it somewhat cool. Told him that he had the interview or the meeting set up, but was just letting Chandler see what would happen. You know, just seeing what Chandler would do. I think that's the smarter move. Bart's no dummy. Bart's no dummy. Plus, that text exchange about the soda fits more with there not being a big family bust-up. So if anyone wants to retract their opinion about the yes, you can do so in the comments. But for now, we're ending the poll. What was... Oh yeah, this is the new poll. How did Chandler kill his mum? With a gun, with a knife, or strangled her. Any other options? Gun, knife, strangled. That's probably, I mean, you could argue that he might have hit her over the head with something and then strangled her, but ultimately, to cause death, it would be gun, knife, strangle, I think. 5 seconds for anyone to let me know a fourth option. Right, 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. If you've got a fourth option, let me know. Gun, knife, strangle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, okay, so let's do that poll. This is going to be a good one, guys. Let's just catch up with these comments here. Oh, Victoria Girl says, Chandler knew his life as he knew it was over the next day because of the appointment with his dad, hence the lack of sleep. Yeah, no, I get that, Victoria, but the question earlier was, did Bart confront Chandler, like, with everything he knew? Did he go and say, listen, I've spoken to the school and they told me that there's no solid degree, that you weren't attending class, and was there that kind of, did he reveal everything he'd found out, or did he play it a bit cool and say, listen, I spoke to the school, we've got an appointment with them to go down there and sort everything out at 3 o'clock tomorrow, so we're going together and we're going to find out what's going on. That's where I'm at with it. I don't think Bart went to Chandler and said, I found out everything, I know you're a liar, and there's no solar diploma, and everything, That was the question, so sorry if that wasn't clear. But it's done now. Yeah, Linny, I'm with you there. I think it was just meeting info, and that was enough to give Chandler a sleepless night. But if there had been this big reveal and Krista would have been involved, probably the whole family would have been up all night. I think Bart was still too in shock, possibly. And, he probably had a sleepless night as well, because when you listen to the Omar Job call between Bart, it makes the hairs of my neck stand up, It's creepy. Just thinking about Bart, how his brain must have been going, thinking back to the lies and thinking, oh, look, when he told me that thing, that must have meant this. And, just undoing the whole last 2 years of information that he's been getting from his son. Hi, Colleen. How you doing? Okay, we're moving forward, guys. We're moving forward.
We have 5 bullets missing from a magazine, and we know that Bart Halderson was shot 2 or 3 times. So there are 2 missing bullets, but I don't know if she was shot. What I do know is she entered the house, and it was only Bart and Chandler there. No one else. She died of homicidal violence. Manner of death, homicide. And those are legal documents that the ME has to put these determinations on. We know that Chandler arrives back home at 9:31 a.m. Later that day, he goes to Dulce's house, and he returns at 3:07 p.m. And that night, though, we know he leaves his...
I'm sorry, what day is this now? This is the first, the day of the murders still, yeah? And he's gone to Dulce's house.
House at 10:08 p.m. And we know he goes up to Portage along the Wisconsin River. From his house to Portage and back. He's up in the Portage area from at least 10:37 p.m. to 11:03 p.m. Portage is along the Wisconsin River. We tried to search that area. The Wisconsin River has a very strong current. People drown there every year, and we never find their bodies, and their bodies are whole. They attempted a dive. It was unsafe. We didn't find any evidence there. But I think in the totality of the circumstances, that wasn't a nighttime trip to go swimming.
Mm-hmm.
We know he returns at 11:30 p.m. And then we go on to July 4th. July 4th is actually the day that is the most eerie to me, because it's like Chandler Halderson pushed pause on his crime and just lived a normal life for a day. On July 4th, he spends the day with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's family. He goes to the farm, uses the pool, eats dinner, they have some sort of barbecue. and he asks permission to return the next day and use the pool. On that day, he does do one thing concerning his crime. Oh, and then he goes to fireworks that night at Dan Croninger's house. He does send this text message that he says tells everyone is from his mom. And it is made from mom's phone that, again, is in the house, in shoes, hiding in the garage. Made it safely. Can't get anything.
That's okay, Leslie. I'm going to do like a full, beginning to end edit video of this story because it is good and there's lots of material available. So you can catch up. You can catch up later, Leslie.
Through, and yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. We'll be home Monday night or Tuesday early. Love you lots. Mom ended a lot of her text messages to Chandler. Love you lots. Couple problems with the text message. Yeah. First,
the parade's not on the Sunday, you fucking idiot. You know, it's those sorts of details that catch you out, isn't it, Chandler? You know, you got the date of the parade wrong. Oh.
The parade was on Saturday, not Sunday. Second, the phone never leaves Windsor, Wisconsin.
Hey, Americans, let me ask you this. If the 4th of July is on a Sunday, do you not get the Monday off work? You know, like in a normal job?
Monday, July 5th. We know...
You just have to move the festivities to the July 3rd, the Saturday? So you can sleep in the day after your party, or what? I mean, that sounds like a drag. In England, you'd get the Monday off.
Kat had stayed over the night before, and she leaves at 7:47. We know that...
Oh, okay. So why are they moving the parade? See, in White Lake, where the cabin is, the parade, they moved from the 4th of July, which was Sunday, they moved it to the Saturday. And I assumed that was because it wouldn't be standard to get the Monday off. But Leslie says it is. So why did they move the parade from the 4th to the 3rd?
That day is supposedly Chandler's big doctor appointment at 2 p.m. We know that it's at a UW clinic on Park Street because there's conversation between Kat and Chandler about her potentially taking him, trying to get off of work. And, she actually Googles the directions. Here's his text messages to her. Made it a bit ago and checked in. This is at 2:09. Just need you to know because I have horrible reception. 2:22.
Yeah, because there's always horrible reception at a doctor's office, isn't there? You know, those doctor's offices, those pesky doctor's offices that are in the middle of a mountain range.
No connection to even load Snapchat.
Oh, can't even load Snapchat where, that's where I share my location. Oh, damn this connection. I'm in a dead zone. I'm in a dead zone, babe. Again, another dead zone.
24. And no Wi-Fi. 2:24. What UW clinic doesn't have Wi-Fi? They took an X-ray and CT scan. Nothing bad on the X-ray. CT scan, hun. They haven't determined anything, but with my legs, like they were, and I gotta wait to hear what they determined. Chandler never went to any doctor's appointment. He's at home. Sending these...
He's at home, cutting his parents up and playing Tarkov. Yeah, my legs are on the CT scan right now, waiting for them to determine the pain and disability.
Text messages to his girlfriend, keeping up his ruse. Nowhere close to Madison, certainly not on Park Street. He does leave the house, though, that day. At 4:30 p.m., he goes to the farm. We know about that. He leaves a voicemail for Cress, and then him and Cress end up...
What's this truck now on the driveway? Who's this? We've got a Mountain Dew delivery. He's just used his parents' credit card to buy the entire Mountain Dew supply from his local Kmart.
Having an interaction, and there's this whole conversation about using the pool. We also hear from both Cress and Dulce that they went by the pool and there was no Chandler. So they take their little lawnmower. What did Dulce say? Granny's on a lawnmower. And they ride to where his car is. And the back is up, the trunk door, the hatch. And no Chandler.
Lego person asks, how did he expect to have medical insurance with no parents and no job? Well, he didn't need medical insurance because there was nothing fucking wrong with him. And I guess he was banking on pocketing half of that life insurance policy in the region of $1 million, plus the house that would have been split between Mitch and Chandler, and enabled him to play video games for about 18 months.
It's by the wood line. They see Chandler at some point kind of exit from the wood line. And
we're an hour in. Oh, just a reminder, guys. If you would like to support the channel at True Crime Metrix, we've got big plans coming for the run-up to the Christmas season. We're going through Thanksgiving, we're going through Christmas, New Year. Yeah, we've got big plans for this season. And if you would like to help us support those plans, you can do that on buymeacoffee.com, where you can buy us a coffee.com. It's just buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Plus, we've got our cool new widget here. So when we get coffees, a little pop-up comes right on the screen. How cool is that?
concerned enough. She thinks something's happening. I don't think she thought this, but she thought something was happening. So she asked the deputies to come take a look out in the woods there. So Brent Baverstock comes. He sees turkey vultures. He knows what he's about to find. He probably thinks he's going to find a whole body, but he knows what he's about to find. And there was Bart Halderson's torso. Dr. Breslauer did the autopsy of Bart's torso. She said he had at least 2 gunshot wounds, possibly 3. She couldn't tell because some of the deterioration of the muscle, whether or not it was like 1 wound tract or 2. So at least 2, but maybe 3. That he was shot in the back at least twice. That there was bullet material located in his body, and that 1 shot was a contact wound. The muzzle of the gun was touching his skin on the back. This wasn't a, oops, the gun went off. This is a, got you. You're dead.
The muzzle of the gun was touching his skin on the back. Wow. I guess that acts as a silencer as well, huh?
Cause of death, gunshot wounds. Manner of death, homicide. Can't shoot yourself in the back. So deputies begin to search this property. It's a vast property, maybe about 45 acres. A lot of it's prairie, a lot of it's woods. But they find this oil drum that has this weird cutout. And so they look in there and they find tools. And those tools then are tested by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. The Allway handsaw has human blood identified as Bart and Krista. The broken saw blade has blood. It's Bart's. The scissors has blood, Bart and Krista's. And again, look at those numbers, 1,000 times the world's population. There's also some pruning shears. Again, tested positive for human blood, Bart and Krista. And the head had Bart. Some of these tools were then sent to Dr. Figueroa Soto. And she did a detailed analysis, and she sat and she talked a lot about, well, the Wisconsin River has a very strong current. People drown there every year. And they ride to where his... And she did a detailed...
I don't even know what this one is. An all-way super saw for trees. Okay.
Analysis, and she sat and she talked a lot about, well, things I don't really understand. But here's the basics of what I understood and what her reports say. Is that this all-way saw has a certain number of teeth per inch. This broken handsaw has a certain number of teeth per inch. She can look microscopically at the wounds and tell us what tools are consistent with the markings that she saw. On Bart Halderson.
Yeah, that merch store is going to be looking good soon, guys. Because I think tomorrow when we're ready with our Wendy Adelson video, looking at whether or not we have really needed her testimony for the convictions so far, and whether we are likely to need her testimony again in the future for further convictions, including her own. Yeah, it's a bit of an in-depth video. It's taken a while to produce, but we will be probably most likely launching that tomorrow, and also launching tomorrow our range. It's a range, guys, of kosher style merchandise, t-shirts, mugs, and the rest of it on teespring.com or merch.truecrimemetrics.com. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's going to be a range. I think it's going to be our most popular line, the long-awaited kosher style True Crime Metrics range of merchandise. It's going to be fantastic. But until then, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics.
His fourth cervical vertebrae is...
It's partly just because I want to see the new widget do its thing with the pop-up. Send us a coffee, somebody. Everybody should send us a coffee right now. How about it, guys? How many people are in the chat, actually? I know it's a Halderson case, not an Adelson case, but it's still good. But our numbers suffer. We have 38. We used to get almost 10 times that. Or maybe 8 times that with an Adelson case. Oh, we're up to 41. If everybody went and bought a coffee right now at buymeacoffee.com, link in the description, guys, you know, we'd be set. We'd be set for the studio with our fantastic camera, with our fantastic, what's that other thing we need? We've got the microphone. I am loving this microphone, by the way. Thanks so much to the supporters that helped get this into the Metrix studio. It's so clear and nice and heavy, and it sits right here on the desk, and it's got this little blue light, and it's even got a cough button. How great is that, guys? But yeah, no, there are other things that we need to get for the Metrix studio equipment-wise. So if you want to help support the channel and help us get that equipment to help us bring you even better content than this, yeah, the best way, the easiest way, and the nicest way that you can do that is on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Or right here on YouTube. We've got Super Chat, Super Like, Super Thanks, Super Sticker. We've got memberships on YouTube, Buy Me a Coffee, and Patreon, which is very, very nice and only getting better. Also, we've got our social networks, our fantastic social networks, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, formerly X. Or is it the other way around? Yeah, and Discord, fantastic Discord, all there in the description for the video, but right at the top of the description for the video is a link, a fantastic link to help support the channel at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Too much? Too much? Would you like some more?
Consistent with the broken handsaw.
Oh!
That's the tool that...
Look at that. Victoria girl, you are getting a love heart. I'm putting a love heart on the comment right now. How do I do that? Hang on. We're testing out this new software, guys. Love heart coming your way. Yes! Oh, and I can reply right here as well. Look at this. I'm going to reply to a Victoria girl. I'm going to say, Thanks so much, Monica. Oh, how cool is that? We've got this great new system, guys. Forget StreamYard. Can't believe we were there for so long. It's a thing of the past. It's yesterday's news. Now is only our brand new True Crime Metrix streaming system. It is so good. It is so, so good.
Chandler used to cut off his dad's head.
I know, Leslie, a lot of people are over the Adelsons, but listen, it's going to be coming back, and there are still some points to go over. It's you know, there's certainly an audience for it, but I have avoided the Adelsons for a little bit because I don't want to just make videos because they're in demand when I really don't enjoy it and blah blah blah. So I've been working hard to find an angle, to find a good angle to come at the Adelsons with, and I think I found it. I'm pretty excited about the video that's about to be released, so we do hope you come and join us for that. It's probably going to be tomorrow, if not definitely this weekend, but hopefully tomorrow. And I think it's going to be really good. It's you know, I don't want to just go, oh, we're going to do commentary on Luis Rivera's testimony for 6 hours because that gets the numbers, blah, 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 blah. I want watch hours, I want clicks, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Yes, I know I could get more clicks and more subscribers that way, but it's not about that. And, you know, we have so many great supporters on truecrimemetrics.com. Anyway, at buymeacoffee.com and all the rest of it, that we don't need those people, you know, those hungry people. We've got all of you.
And of course, that handsaw, or that blade, has DNA parts. Tools used to dismember Bart Halderson: the right humerus, consistent with that all-way super saw, right femur, consistent with the all-way super saw, and left femur, consistent with the all-way super saw. That's that saw. Again, has Bart's DNA and blood. Analyst McMahon from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab also looked at some of these items found on the Irwin Road farm. She looked at that saw blade, and she...
Is anyone else getting this thing with the audio? Victoria Girl says the audio keeps cutting in and out. Is it just her, or is other people experiencing that also? Let us know in the comments, guys. Udi, write in. How's the audio for you guys?
Compared it to the saw handle found in the garage of the Halderson home. And she did what she does. She took some measurements, puts things precisely, and found that they were a match, that those items fit. She put together two puzzle pieces.
Hey, look at that.
An item from Irwin Road.
Oh, how cool is that? We got a pop-up from a supporter. Christina bought a coffee on buymeacoffee.com, and it pops up there. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So now everyone will know, and they'll be like, hey, I want to get my name on the screen. How do I do that? Well, you go to buymeacoffee.com and support the channel. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks so much, Christina.
Road matched an item in the garage of the Halderson home.
And come tomorrow, guys. I don't know if it might get annoying, but I think I'll do it at least for one show. When the noise comes, when the coffee notification pops up, I want it to say, hey, how are you? In Charlie Adelson's voice. That's gonna be great.
She also took a look at the tarp in the garbage can. And there's a couple links back to the house with this.
Look at that garbage can. Isn't that just a sad, sorry sight for human eyes? You know, talk about taking all the dignity from your mother. You put her in that. All bloody and cut up and dead and covered in bugs and maggots and just, You're a horrible human being. You're a horrible human being. I mean, you already were. Oh, get me soda on your way back from work. That was bad enough, but then you put your mother in that? I mean, just the fact that it's like not standing upright and it's on its side in a ditch just adds to the horror for me. I like a tidy trash receptacle, and that is anything but.
Garbage can. There's an extra lid to a garbage can up in that room that was, I think, at one time a bathroom and that they were remodeling. And there's also a matching sort of container in the garage. Inside of that container.
Oh, okay. Hang on. So, ride-in shotgun, do you mean the microphone or the video? When you say my audio? Okay, bear with us, guys. We're just ironing out these technical difficulties. What could it be? What could it be? Well, just let us know, Riding, if you mean my microphone or the courtroom video. All audio is glitching bad. Oh shit. How do we fix this? Let's they're not earbuds, they're like real headphones. Studio headphones. Right, let's... That's all good. That's good. Maybe if I... Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Maybe if I turn this down. Okay, Patricia's getting perfect audio. Audio steady now. Still for me, M. Still for me, M. What is... M is Metrix, right? Okay. Still for me. About every fifth, sixth word. It's that consistent. I think it's fixed now. From the last 5 minutes. Okay. Well, I'll play this for 1 minute.
Container found on the farm is a piece of yellow duct tape. That duct tape had blood. That was Bart Halderson's. On that tarp inside of that trash bin, there's more yellow tape. More yellow tape. And there's yellow duct tape found at the house. So Analyst McMahon pieced these together microscopically to see if they were a match. And she looked at them and found that they were all one continuous piece of tape. That's the tape he wrapped around the tarp to seal up his dad's torso. That torso also had Bart and Krista's DNA on it and tested positive for blood.
Okay, Lenny. Are you at the live point riding shotgun, like real time, or are you back in the video a bit?
Analyst Matson looked at some...
Victoria Girl says every few words it goes silent.
various items from the farm as well. She looked at that same tarp and found a fingerprint from Chandler.
I'm just going to have a look on the playback. But I'm just listening to the playback a second. Bear with us, guys. I'm just playing back the video and it seems fine. I'm still listening to it. Okay guys, I've just played back the video from the last few minutes at a few different points and I can't find a single place where it drops out, which is weird. But multiple people in the stream of you guys are reporting something dropping out. So it's not like it's just one person and they've got a fucked connection. I wonder why that is. I guess we'll just proceed and let me know if it drops again.
Now remember that tarp we have Chandler buying at Fleet Farm. It would have been bought and packaged with no fingerprints on it.
Okay. Victoria Girl exited the live and it's not cutting out now. Yeah, T-Talk. I couldn't find anywhere where it dropped out either. Maybe it's something with your browser, Victoria Girl. I don't know. I think maybe this stream, this new software that we're using, puts out a higher quality video. So maybe it's more like bandwidth. But I can look and confirm that later tomorrow or something and see if there's anything we can do. I don't know.
Here we find it covered in blood with his fingerprint.
Hey, Christina, maybe try to close your browser or close your whatever it is, the website, and open it again. That's what Victoria did, or Monica, and she said it's not cutting out now. And I can't find anywhere where it's cut out at all for me on the playback. I just went and played several different portions over the last few minutes, and around the time that people were saying it cut out, and it didn't cut out at all for me. So I don't think it's a problem with what we're sending out. It's how it's being received. So maybe just try and close the app or the browser or whatever and open it again. Ride-in Shotgun says perfect, audio fixed. Thank you, Ride-in.
She also looked at that tarp that was in that bin and looked at it for footwear impression analysis. Could she see some prints on it, and can we match those up to some shoes? Maybe that'll help us figure out who that is, who was on that tarp. She's able to match it up to Brooks 5 launch shoes. A pair of Brooks 5 launch shoes in a size 10.5 were found in the Halderson garage. Again, those are the same ones that have blood on them and that Chandler's wearing in that video. A second tarp was found in the barn. It is an older tarp. They tried to do footwear analysis on it, came back to a Ralph Pol.
And of course, who do you think bought him those shoes? Huh? He didn't buy them himself. How much is a pair of shoes in the States? $50, $60? Where's he going to get the money for that? You know? It's probably more money than that. How much is a pair of shoes in the States? 65 bucks? I don't know.
Low shoe. We never found one of those. But again, that's an older tarp. We don't know if possibly it was before the homicides or after. or if there was a pair of shoes that were ditched somewhere. But that tarp, once again, is covered in blood that tests positive for both Bart and Krista. Now, you saw a picture of Bart working on that tarp. What you didn't see on that tarp was a bunch of blood stains, because they weren't there. This blood is from this crime. Chandler gets home from the farm at 8:54 in the evening, after going to the farm and later having dinner with Kat. But that night, he's not done. Early in the morning of the 6th, we see the fireplace burning more. Not as great as before, but some burning. We also see that garage light go on and off, on and off. I think it's a total of 7 times.
Hey,
Deputy Will.
Thanks for the coffee. Thanks for the coffee. Look at the prices of shoes over there, guys. $150 Canadian. What the fuck? My shoes, where are my shoes? I paid $49.99 euros, which is pretty much the same as dollars, I think. But I go to the Nike, what do you call it? You know, where it's like last season or something. I don't know what they call it. The factory shop or something. I don't know. But you know, they're fine. They're fine. They're good shoes. 50 euros.
And that's throughout the night. And we know at 4:30 that morning, Chandler leaves and goes into Madison. We know he goes
Outlet. Yes, thank you.
into Madison from his phone records. We don't know what he did there, but we do know it was a trip that started out in the dark. We know he didn't have a job. And we know Madison's surrounded by lakes. Use your common sense. Wednesday, July 7th. We know the Subaru departs at 9:36 and that Chandler goes to the farm.
Oh, I think he was a lifeguard, Carrie B. Like just as a school job, but he wasn't working as a scuba diver for the Madison State Police, or the whatever, you know. He wasn't working for American Family Insurance, and he certainly wasn't going to go down to Florida and get a job with Elon Musk at SpaceX.
We know he goes to the farm from both his phone records, but also from this text exchange with Kat. Kat texts Chandler asking where he's going, and he replies, farm, but no one here, so leaving. We also know that out in the farm was found a Target bag that had been at Chandler's house. How do we know that? Because it has Kat's name on it from the pickup order of the stuff she brought over to Chandler's house, she testified about. That bag is full of bloody rags. We heard from Cress, those aren't from her house, and Catherine, that those aren't her rags.
Of all the fucking plastic bags he could have taken from the house to ditch, he took the one with a barcode of an order with Kat's name on it. The barcode, you just have to go back to Target, say, scan this barcode, tell us the date and the items that were purchased. Oh, look, it's the pork chops and watermelon that they were talking about on the phone on this date that she was bringing to his house. If you saw that piece of evidence in a movie, you'd say, no, that was too convenient for the storyline. That wouldn't happen in real life. No criminal is that dumb. You wouldn't believe it. It would be like a bad movie plot. You'd roll your eyes and go, oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure. The detective just happened to find the plastic bag with the barcode on, where he took it back to Target, found all the items and the purchase order and the date that it was delivered, and that's what they were talking about on the text messages about dinner that night at that address. Yeah, sure, like that would happen. But it did. It did.
Chandler took a bag full of bloody rags, disposed of it at the farm, and a bag with Kat's name on it. And those tested positive for blood, but were not suitable for DNA testing. He comes back to his house after being at the farm, and he leaves and he goes and reports his parents missing at the police department. So he reports his parents missing. Later that evening, he has a couple visitors. There's close family friends, the Hilgendorfs, and there's two girls that are about the same age as the Halderson brothers, and they go over to try to comfort Chandler, because that's what Krista would want them to do, one of them testified. So that's what they were gonna do. They go over there, and through a series of events, Chandler starts giving them legal advice about police cooperation. You know, you don't have to turn your phone over to police. They don't have to image it. You can just take screenshots and text it to them. Your parents are allegedly missing. You just reported them to the police as missing, and you're encouraging people not to be fully cooperative with police? He then later has pizza that night with Mary Sesto and tells Mary Sesto, she starts saying, well, can't they just ping your parents' phones? Wouldn't that work? And he said, no, they can't ping a cell phone. She, disagrees with him. Yeah, you can. He looked her in the eye, she testified, and coldly said, no, they can't. She was nervous enough of Chandler at that point that she testified that she put herself between the exit door.
I'm just remembering Hannah, Hannah Hilgendorf. She was great on the stand, really funny. She looked like she'd be great to hang out with.
And Chandler. At that point, she knew something had happened.
Hang on, I want to catch this bit because I always forget who it is that puts themselves in the doorway between Chandler and their family. Let's just go back a few minutes, a few seconds.
You don't have to turn your phone over to police. They don't have to image it. You can just take screenshots and text it to them. Your parents are allegedly missing. You just reported them to the police as missing, and you're encouraging people not to be fully cooperative with police? He then later has pizza that night with Mary Sesto and tells Mary Sesto, she starts saying, well, can't they just ping your parents' phones? Wouldn't that work?
Who's Mary Sesto? He's having pizza with Mary Sesto?
And he said, no, they can't ping a cell phone. She, disagrees with him. Yeah, you can. He looked her in the eye, she testified, and coldly said, no, they can't. She was nervous enough of Chandler at that point that she testified that she put herself between the exit door and Chandler.
What does that mean? In case he comes at her, she can go for the exit, right? Okay.
At that point, she knew something had happened. She just didn't have the evidence to back it up yet. It's just her gut feeling. On July 8th, Chandler goes around the neighborhood and questions neighbors concerning video footage. In all fairness, his uncle did recommend that he do this, but his uncle also said it's to preserve that evidence. If you watch those videos and listen to that audio, when people and his neighbors say, yeah, I turned it over to the police yesterday, he doesn't say, okay, thank you. He starts asking him questions. Does your camera pick up the road? Does it pick up my house? Does it pick up my driveway? He's not trying to help the investigation. He's trying to figure out, are the police on to me yet? He gives media interviews.
Man, Ring doorbells really changed the landscape of crime forever, didn't they? Remember before that, when you could do stuff without being seen on your entire route?
To 3 different stations. And as more and more squad cars arrive, he starts calling the police, asking, hey, what's up? Also that day, on July 8th, he does some Google searches. The timing of these searches is incredibly important, folks. Those searches happened at 9:44 and 9:45 a.m. Torso is not found until 3 p.m. Krista's legs are not found until a week later. And what is he Googling? Body found, Wisconsin. Women's body found, Wisconsin. Wisconsin dismembered body found. Dead body found, Wisconsin. I think it's interesting what he wasn't Googling. Jane Doe, John Doe in hospital in Wisconsin. Car crashes in northern Wisconsin. Crimes in White Lake, Wisconsin. Drownings on Sawyer Lake, where their cabin is. Or organizations that maybe can help start a manhunt. I think it's also worth noting he had 2 vehicles available, never even went looking for his parents. There's a reason. He knew where they were. He put them there. It's also worth noting that the analyst yesterday, Courtney Ripp, testified that she didn't have any Google searches before July 8th to even look at. So that either means that Chandler never Googled anything for the entire time period of those search warrants, or he cleared his history every day. On this day, he was arrested. He didn't have a chance to clear his history. So he's taken down to the station where he gives about an hour and a half, 2-hour interview, where he gives the same lie of this mystery couple of, taking lots of alcohol to the cabin, taking a large amount of cash, because, accountants love to keep large amounts of cash around. And at some point, Detective Hendrickson is like, we know you're lying. We know your parents are no longer here. Why don't you tell us the truth? And at that point, Chandler's arrested. So that's the evidence, folks. That's the pieces of the puzzle in this case. It's not a whodunit. Cameras all around. We know that Bart and...
That's another one we hear a lot of. This is not a case of whodunit. The person who did it sits in court today. It's the defendant, Jodi Ann Arias.
Krista went into that home and never came out, at least as whole people. That their bodies were found dismembered, discarded, and hidden throughout the southern half of Wisconsin. That's what the evidence shows. We have experts from DNA, fracture matching, trace, footwear, fire inspector. We have bones in the ash trap. Chandler Halderson killed his parents. But I think it's very important to point out that Bart and Krista Halderson are not a puzzle. It's a good metaphor. It's a helpful metaphor, perhaps, to look at evidence. But they are 2 people that were very much alive on June 30th of 2021. They are 2 people that deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. They were somebody's spouse, somebody's parents, somebody's brother, somebody's sister. They were loved by their neighbors, they had close friends, they had jobs. They were normal folks just trying to live a normal life. They don't even get to be buried next to each other. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm asking that you give justice to Krista and Bart Halderson, and that you treat them with the dignity and respect that their own son has never given them. Thank you.
Get me soda.
Thank you, Attorney Raymond.
Get me soda. Thank you, Attorney Raymond. It's not Rayner. I keep saying Rayner. I keep saying Angela Rayner. It's Andrea Raymond. Now we're going to hear from Angela Rayner. What a dick. What a dick. I'm such a dick.
Thank you.
Does anybody need a break? Or can we go forward?
Actually, Judge, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you.
I could use a moment too. Ladies and gentlemen, we will break, mid-morning break actually, and we'll come back for the defense closing and further instructions and perhaps rebuttal arguments. Randy?
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury. Okay, we're moving forward, guys. We're moving forward. We are going to the wiretaps. No. We're going to defense, closing argument. Okay, just give us a second here. We go to the software. We click this. And then we click this. And we do this.
But you're going to have to do that.
First, let's have a look at our poll. Okay, we got 59%. Let's end this poll. We've had 32 votes. We are 59% believe that Chandler killed his mom with a gun. 25% that he strangled her, and 15% with a knife. Yeah, it could quite possibly be with a gun. That'd certainly be the... He's lazy, isn't he? So, you know, strangling someone takes ages. A knife would be messy. Blood splatter. I mean, obviously a bullet would be messy as well. But stabbings really get all over the place. And you got to do multiple... That just seemed... I don't think it's stabbing. Like, it's messy and it would take effort. Strangling is clean, but Chandler's a lazy little bastard, so he probably couldn't spend that much energy. Yeah, I agree, it probably is a gun, even though, you know, bullets allowed. But if he's doing this trick of using their own bodies as a silencer by pressing the muzzle of the gun up to their back, you know, maybe that takes care of it. Okay, let's have a look in the comments here. Love not live, although I do live to cook. Yeah, we've heard. We have the evidence, Victoria Girl. the beautiful evidence. Yeah, fantastic Patreon link there. Ride-in shotgun, fantastic Patreon. Membership. Great way to support the channel on a regular basis, guys. Or buymeacoffee.com is a great way to support us today. Quickly. Equipment. Fantastic equipment. Yeah. Brian Faircloth. Hello, Brian. Hell, I've done every drug known to man. Then I met my awesome wife and had to grow up. Nothing wrong with a good time, but don't get out of hand and at some point gotta go sit up. Lol. Well, fair play to you. Yeah, interesting comments, guys. Thanks for the comments. Let's go to the defense. I mean, I wouldn't even call it a closing argument. It's more of a closing question. I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, but you know, what could she possibly say? I mean, it's not exactly fair to judge this attorney on her closing argument here, because what would you say? What could you say? Nothing.
Thank you. Please be seated. Just so you know, folks, Randy determined that it'd be easier to collect the notebooks at this point, and then once we know who the alternates are, he'll have to spend a moment sorting them out, but that way they're not in your way. Attorney Vera, would you please present the defense closing?
Thank you. Taking you back 2 weeks ago, roughly, you were...
Oh, just before we get into this, guys, please do remember to leave a like on the video. That would help us up greatly. If you're not a coffee drinker and you don't want to share a cup with us, at least please do leave a like on the video.
We're told that opening instructions, like closing arguments, are not evidence. But what it is a roadmap of how their case is going to go and how our case is going to go.
Well, you haven't had a case. You haven't objected to anyone. You haven't cross-examined anyone. You didn't have any of your own witnesses. We haven't heard from you. What do you mean, your roadmap? Your roadmap is like point A to nowhere.
So you have an idea, as you're hearing all this evidence, how this case is going to go from both sides. From the beginning, we told you that this case was about the homicides. I listened to Attorney Brown's opening again this morning as I was getting ready, and there were some things that he noted that I think are important. First off, towards the end of his opening, he apologized for some things. Essentially, he apologized for doing his job. He said it might be repetitive, it might be boring at times, but he needs to do it because he has a constitutional obligation to present their case and they only have one time. And that's fair. So now it's my turn to apologize. I am going to apologize for doing my job. First, let me talk about my job. A lot of people think my job is to, quote unquote, get the defendant off on their charges, to object to every single question that's asked, to ask any question I possibly can of witnesses, to be loud, obnoxious, and make a scene so...
You are being a bit obnoxious, I'll give you that one. I mean, you haven't done any of the other things, but you are being a bit obnoxious, and I'm not warming to you. If I was that jury, I would want this woman to sit down.
that I can try to get this person off of their charges. It's not. My job is to make sure that they do their job.
They've done their job. Well, that's not your job. You shouldn't have a job. In fact, you're fired. You know, just... Attorney Brown has done his job. He did a really good job, okay?
My job is to make sure that if they're bringing charges on someone...
So the whole phrasing of what she's doing is, listen, lady, you are not the keeper of the case, okay? You're not here to make sure that Attorney Brown does his job. No one said that was your job.
They're doing it because they can do it beyond a reasonable doubt. They can prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And people don't like when I say those words, beyond a reasonable doubt, because it almost feels like a cop-out.
It does, yes. Yes, it does feel like a cop-out. And I don't like when you say those words. And by the way, I mean, there isn't any reasonable doubt. Any doubt that you could have would be either an imagined doubt, a mere... there isn't even a possible doubt in this case. We have the video evidence, we have the DNA evidence, we have the communication evidence, we have the telecommunication evidence, we have every type of evidence that there is, apart from a video of him hacking his parents' heads off their bodies, which is what she's going to say, I believe. She's like, is there a video? Do you know? Do you know how it happened? Exactly how? That's not the standard.
And if you think that it's a cop-out, well, then your issue is not with me. Your issue is not with Chandler. Your issue is with the U.S. Constitution.
Lady, what issue? Sit down. Don't you hate that when someone is putting words in your mouth and they're saying, your issue is not with me. Your issue... I never said I had an issue. I've been called to do jury duty, and I've come here every day, looked at all this horrible shit, because that's my duty. I don't have an issue.
It says that without them, you don't have me.
Oh, yes, please. We don't want you. So what are you saying? That to not have you, we can't have Attorney Brown? What if we just want Attorney Brown?
Without me, you don't have them. My job is to make sure that the state, with all of its powers, look, they even have more tables than we do.
They even have more tables than we do. Well, that's because they have evidence. You know, you don't need any table space. You have no evidence. Your evidence is one sheet of paper, and on that sheet of paper, it says Chandler Halderson at the top, and then nothing else. That's what you've brought with you. You know, the state needs table space for their stacks and piles of evidence, okay?
That they do their job. And I'm going to do that job today.
Badly.
There's a couple things that I want to address before I go any further down the evidence. The first thing I want to address is sort of the obvious. Chandler lies. He tells a lot of lies. Not only does he lie, but he goes to extreme lengths, if you will, to keep those lies going, or to perhaps cover up those lies. I guarantee you, every single person in this room has told a lie, has either covered up that lie, or has done something to keep that lie going. Maybe not now, maybe when you were a teenager. Go back to high school. I'm sure you lied at your parents all the time. You're not on trial, so your lies are not...
This is great, isn't it? Standing in front of the jury saying, "You're all liars, aren't you? You probably lied to your wife, didn't you? You know, you probably told lies all the time, didn't you? You're disgusting people. Pathetic, disgusting, horrible, dishonorable people. Jury members."
Exaggerated and highlighted right now. But they are here. And the important part is that Chandler is not charged with lying to his girlfriend or to his parents. There's one charge that has to deal, one per parent, that has to deal with lying. Everything else is something that the state told you to try to feed you with.
What is that charge? Concealing a corpse, I suppose.
Theory, a motive, and to essentially taint your view on Chandler. So when we were going over jury selection, I asked you, how would you feel if he didn't testify? And a couple people said I would need to hear from him. A couple people said that they would treat him the same way they would do every witness. Bullshit. He lies.
Oh
And
my God, she just swore in court. Bullshit. Why was that necessary?
did a great job of making it known that he lies. If he testified, you were not going to believe anything he said. I also said that it was a game day decision, and most of the times it is a game day decision. This never was. If you heard from him, were you even going to believe him? You weren't.
No. Definitely not.
And that's fine, because it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, there's only one lie that really does matter, and that's the one that he said about his parents missing.
Oh, right.
I'm going to make your life a little easier, and it's going to be a little unconventional.
My life is completely easy. It's a guilty verdict. This is going to be the easiest deliberation in history. We're going to go back, have lunch, fill out the forms. We'll come back. We'll see you in 45 minutes.
There are certain charges that I believe the state has met their burden, and they have proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, from the beginning, first-degree intentional homicide is a serious charge. We've been here for the homicides.
What does that mean?
A piece of paper.
The homicides didn't happen here.
that is signed, a formal piece of paper that's signed by Chandler to the Dane County Sheriff's Office about a missing persons that clearly is not true, this is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want you to think about that when it comes to talking about these homicides. I also want you to think about another thing. And I made a weird noise, I apologize. But I want you to think about another thing. When Attorney Raymond did her closing, two phrases, if you will, really caught on. Several times she said, "We know X, Y, and Z happened. We know that this happened." Pay attention to the...
Yeah, right. Victoria, you get a Big Mac. A Big Mac with a chicken nugget chaser. Can I get the share box just for me?
Times where she said, "We don't know. We don't know. I can't tell you how she was killed. We don't know." Whatever. And it was always in the parts that had to do with the homicides. When I was in law school, I was told that the words "I don't know" should never come from that table. Because you should know. If you're charging people with crimes, you should know. So now I'm going to walk you through the evidence that I think that they skipped over, that matters for me in proving.
That's bullshit. I don't even think that is a law school instruction, that the words "I don't know" should never come from the prosecution's table. There's elements that you don't know. And as long as there's enough elements that you do know that show your case, that's okay. And stating the elements that you don't know adds more validity to the elements that you do know and declare to be known. She's making it up. She's making it up.
That first-degree intentional homicide was not something that they met their burden on. I first want to talk about the cabin. There is a cabin. There's no disputing that. Bart and Krista went to the cabin at least 2 or 3 times a year, I think is what someone testified to. It's possible that they could have gone to the cabin that weekend. In fact, you don't even know what their weekend plans were. Friends testified.
Yeah, right, Derek. This is the type of diner who thinks they're slimming down ordering a salad and then puts an entire bottle of Caesar dressing all over the fucking thing with about half pound of croutons. Yeah. I'm trying to get back to my my summer weight, my ideal summer weight. Salad, whole bottle of Caesar dressing, half pound of croutons.
None of them said, oh, they were going to come over to watch fireworks with us. So no one knew what their plans were that weekend. The reason they're making a big deal about it is because that is some kind of premeditation to them. That is some kind of intent. Ooh, he was going to do something that day. He knew he was going to do something that day, so he was going to say something about going to the cabin. He's talking to his girlfriend days before, on the 30th, so a day before. There's a text message exchange between Kat and Chandler, where Kat asks, we're not going to the cabin, right? And he says no. You're allowed to use your common sense. When you have conversations with significant others and you're texting, you're not going to get the full story because sometimes you do it in person. What we know from him and his girlfriend is that they chatted on Snapchat. They chatted everywhere they could. So you're not going to get the full story from text messages. But what you do know is that at some point talks about going to this cabin as a family were happening. So this notion that the idea of going to the cabin was last minute because he needed to cover up these homicides that he was going to do is not true. Now, again with the lies. Certain lies mattered. Certain lies did not. What I want to clear up, and Attorney Raymond did a great job when she mentioned that we've seen this case multiple times. We've dealt with this case. We've talked to each other about this case. So sometimes we get things wrong. I'm going to clear up something that they got wrong. The evidence does not show that Bart and Krista knew about this SpaceX job. You heard from Kat's mother, Dulce, that she knew about it. You heard about Cress knew about it. Kat talked about it. Maybe another friend or roommate talked about it, but you never heard anyone testify that Bart and Krista knew about this SpaceX job. You heard from Bart's brother, Brett. I do not believe he mentioned it at all. So that's not a lie on this house of cards that was crashing down that Bart and Krista knew about. You also didn't hear that they knew about the scuba team, dive team, whatever you want to call it, lie with the City of Madison Police Department. You heard it from his girlfriends, ex's girlfriends and Kat. You heard it from his friends. But you didn't hear it from people that knew Bart and Krista and said that they mentioned it. And even then, all of these lies, what does it matter? So I want to talk about the two lies that the state really honed in on. And boy, did they do a great job talking about these lies and making it seem like it really was a big deal. Let's talk about MATC. First of all, yesterday, I think we heard from an official person from MATC that said, no record that he attended school during this time. Detective Shunk showed us transcripts. You saw all his grades. He did attend at some point. That was really all you needed. You did not need to have the email conversations. You did not need to have the text conversations. You didn't need any of that, but they provided it to you, even though it's not an element or a charge that they have to prove. During their opening and throughout the case, they made a big deal about this email. It was an email between Bart and Krista. First of all, the email happened October 10th, 2020. The jig was up a long time ago.
October 10th. 10-10-7-7.
Didn't all of a sudden crash and burn on the 1st of July, 2021. And Bart knew. He was onto it. He says he sounds just like Chaz on the phone.
This kid is giving his father a phone number for a cell phone, a burner phone that he has in his possession, saying, there's the number for the guy, the leader at the college. Call him anytime you want. And then Bart does, and Chandler answers the phone to his own father and pretends to be an official from the college. I mean, this guy is trying to be fucking Frank William Abagnale, right? That's what he's trying to be, the third. Frank William Abagnale. I am Frank William Abagnale. You know, what the fuck are you doing? What is he putting on a stupid voice? Like, hello, this is, what was the guy's name? This is Daniel Spythe from MATC. How may I direct your call? What the fuck? It's your dad. Yeah, I'd like to speak to somebody about my son Chandler. Chandler, middle initial? And how do you spell Halderson? Oh, you're so convincing, Chandler. How freaky is that? Imagine doing that to your own dad. I mean, what the fuck?
Common sense. These email exchanges are from people with a .gmail.com address. Official school people using a .gmail.com address. Both Bart and Crystal are college educated. You want to tell me that they honestly thought that this was legit? Or maybe they knew that their child was lying and they were just going to carry on the lie. Same with AmFam. And I use AmFam colloquially, but American Family Insurance. Again, there was a person that testified yesterday that Chandler never worked there, but you still had emails, you still had text messages, you still had this and that confirming that he lied, even though one person could have done that. And again, it's not an element that they needed to prove. It's not a charge that they needed to prove. They just wanted you to know that he's a liar.
It's called establishing a motive, you fuckhead. You know, go and stick your head in a bag of cheese doodles and, you know, stop talking. Vivian! Hello, Vivian. How you doing?
And what does it matter? Here's what you need to ask yourself. What does it matter? Because according to them, that's motive. That's the reason why he did what he did. This house of cards built of lies was crashing down, and he had nothing. He couldn't do anything, but he had to murder these people. Why? Why? You don't know why. You were never told that they were going to kick him out of...
So no one would find out. And he could continue playing video games.
The house. You were never told that they were going to disown him. You were never told anything about why it matters. If this is going to be motive, if this is the reason you're intentionally killing someone, it better matter. There better be consequences.
There are definitely consequences.
Kids lie to their parents all the time. And you just don't know how this was going to affect Chandler. He's complaining to his girlfriend the morning of about everything being fucked up and crashing down. You do that. That's what significant others are for.
Well, particularly if you're a whingy little bitch. Yeah.
You honestly think that he's complaining about things crashing down and his mind is going straight to, well, now I'm just going to murder them. There was another motive that was mentioned very briefly, but it was mentioned, so I'll talk about it. When Mitchell testified, the very last question was about a life insurance policy. And I believe he said that the payout may have been about $1 million. And he acted confused. He didn't really know about it. It could very well be that the only reason he knows that number, that value, is because of things that are happening now.
Probably, yeah. You know, he wasn't even the, what do you call it, the immediate benefactor. It would have been the other parent. And then to the boys. Why would he know the amount? You find out the amount when your parents are murdered.
I don't doubt that kids know about parents having life insurance policies. I don't doubt that.
Yes, click the link that Ryden Shotgun posted here to become a member of the YouTube True Crime Metrix community on memberships, guys. And also, do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. And let's see that poppy-uppy thing again. I love that poppy-uppy thing so much. That's such a good poppy-uppy thing. That yellow thing that pops up when there's a coffee. Ooh, that is nice.
But ask yourself this, does everyone know how much the policy is worth? Probably not. Do you think you're going to get $1 million from your parents? Probably not. And there was no evidence that was provided to show that Chandler knew that there was a policy in place and he knew the value, knew enough of that value to do something very drastic to get that money. There was no evidence that he needed money. Yes, he didn't have a job, but nothing came out that he needed money. And
Well, you know, how much do you think the life insurance is going to be for? You might not know that it's $1 million, but you could probably assume that it would be more than 100 grand. And even if it were like 10 grand, that would still enable him to play video games for longer than not killing them. So, you know, it doesn't matter if he knew the amount. And the house, you know, there's a fucking whole house there that would go to him and Mitch.
spending time talking about a motive because, as the judge said, they don't need to prove a motive. Motive does not mean intent, and I need you to understand that. Motive does not mean intent.
Motive does not mean intent. What does that even mean? Motive. Okay, so the motive is like... That's just to confuse you with these kind of metaphysical constructs of theory. What does that mean? Motive does not equal intent. So that doesn't make any sense. I can't understand that. Motive. So my motive for killing my parents is that they're going to find out about my lies. But I intend to kill my parents. I mean, they're two separate things. Obviously, motive does not equal intent. But motive is the reason behind the intent. She's just being silly now.
The other important part that I want to focus on is this timeline. If you go back to the opening, the state said...
Oh, Victoria Girl says, how come the comments aren't showing up on the screen? Because we have new software. And I need to get... This thing is so fancy that I need to get like a separate widget to show the comments on the screen. And I haven't done that yet. But I'll do it tomorrow. And then the comments will be back on the screen with a load of other cool stuff. Bells and whistles. Bells and whistles.
That from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 1st, the killings occurred. Again, it's not evidence, but it is a roadmap, and it is important. Because that's how they're going to tailor their case throughout. Well, first of all, Krista didn't get home until after 5 o'clock, roughly around 5:12. They made a big deal about this MATC meeting. MATC with Chaz, MATC. You don't know if that was in person. You don't know what it's about other than...
Hey, you know what would be cool? A poll for devices. Because obviously when I broadcast this, I'm on a computer. But I never know. I always assume that everyone else is on a computer. So I want to know, what device are you watching this on? Phone, tablet, computer, or TV? Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
MATC. You don't know if it was just a conversation that they were going to have. You don't know if it's a follow-up. You don't know anything about it other than some kind of MATC chat was going to happen between Bart and Chandler. And that was going to happen at 3 o'clock.
Soon you will be bursting a rocket of stars onto the screen, True Crime Metrix. Okay. What does that mean?
I don't know about you, but my meetings never run on time. The other important part with this timeline is what we heard yesterday from Bart's employer. We asked him about that spreadsheet that has these logins. And remember, the logins were in Eastern time. So what we were able to get out is that roughly from about 4:13, there was a login. What do we know about that login? We know that it's required, a password is required. We also know that, like a lot of dads, people keep their passwords in a place where they can remember them. We also know that the logins, that there was a certain amount of logins that you were able to do before you were booted out. We also know that that person tried these passwords, couldn't get in. So there's some leaps that you have to make in order for this theory or this timeline to make sense. The first leap you have to make is that Chandler knew that password. There's no evidence that he knew that. The second theory that you have to make is that while he's allegedly murdering his parents, he had the wherewithal to go to this computer and put on YouTube or something to keep it going, when there's no evidence that that even happened. There was a lot of evidence about cell phone data that were extracted, computer data, all of that, but nothing about Bart's laptop showing that there was YouTube or anything to keep that computer active, because it had to be active. It would shut down or it would log off after 20 minutes of inactivity. The other piece of evidence with this timeline is that you had that neighbor that during their closing, the state said that the neighbor smelled something around 8 to 9 p.m. No, they testified that it was around 7 o'clock that they started smelling something.
Has anybody heard this lady come in the vicinity of a point so far? She's like, yeah, the neighbor said it was a burning pig smell, but he was off by 3 minutes.
What we do know is that roughly around 8, around 8:30-ish, maybe a little earlier, look at your notes, Chandler went to Quick Trip to buy some ice. So again, another leap that you're supposed to make is that while he's allegedly murdering his parents, he decides, I'm gonna start this fire, I'm gonna put some things in that fire, but wait, I have to go to Quick Trip. Use your common sense. That makes sense to absolutely no one. They don't get the benefit of the doubt that I get. So they can't say, well, we might have been wrong about the timeline. They don't get that. What you have is a medical examiner, 2 medical examiners that could not say the time of death. So really, truly, do you know what time these alleged homicides happened?
Hey, check it out, Soap. Your snores are playing through Bose amp and speakers right now. Thanks to Patricia. Awesome, Patricia. That's quality gear.
You don't. You know that that happened that day based on other circumstantial evidence that you can put together, but you don't know the exact time. Let's talk about what else you do not know. You do not know what gun was used. They want to make a big deal about this gun. Let's talk about it. You heard from a medical examiner that there was at least 2 to 3 shots of a gun, period. That medical examiner was not able to tell you what kind of gun, wasn't even able to tell you if it was a high-powered rifle, just a gun. She also wasn't able to tell you which wound occurred first. So this contact wound, that could have been the last one. That could have been the first one. You don't know. This gun was not even located until October. These homicides occurred in July. Chandler apparently hid everything. He hid it so well that they didn't find it until October when the owner of that farm was cleaning out. If anything, Dane County deputies did a thorough investigation. They spent at least 3 hours in that barn. You want to tell me they couldn't find a gun, but they were able to find a tarp? What you know from the gun is that there's a bullet casing and a bullet fragment in this basement that match to this gun. You do not know when that casing was there. You don't even know if that bullet fragment and that casing happened at the same time. You don't know that this is the gun that was used on Bart. You don't know that.
On Brett.
So whenever you don't know about something, you have to ask yourself, have they met their burden? Is this proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Because you do have examples of what proof beyond a reasonable doubt is. Those maps that we saw yesterday, tracking Chandler's every single move, matching up with where the bodies were found and at the time that they were found, that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A bloody tarp and some tools, that's proof.
Brett is Bart's brother, Victoria girl. So there is a Brett. Brett and Bart. You know, those parents were really into the sort of Burr-tuh names.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. But that doesn't mean that a homicide occurred. It means that something awful happened. And no one's disputing that. No one is saying that nothing happened to Bart and Krista. Something awful happened to these two people. And the very least you can say is that Chandler reacted. But you do not know what happened. And I know some of you have already made up your mind. I see it, and that's fine. Maybe you do think he murdered his parents. The question I have for you is, did the state meet their burden when it comes to first-degree intentional homicide? There are a lot of different homicides. First, second, reckless. They chose first-degree intentional homicide because they believed that they could prove that. I'm asking you that question. What have you been given that proves intent? Some searches after the fact? During closing, they said that the last time that there was any kind of search happened on the 8th, and they believed that he was just deleting his searches every day, and he wasn't able to delete his searches on the 8th because he was arrested. Their search is on the 7th. And hey, guess what? There are times when I do not Google something. There are times when you all don't Google something. So he was smart enough to delete his Google history, but he's not smart enough to delete anything else. He's smart enough to do a very good job about cleaning and concealing these homicides, but man, was he just really bad when it came to everything else. You cannot have it both ways. You can't have someone that is so cold and calculated to clean everything up and then say to themselves, I'm going to leave one casing. You just can't have that with everything else that happened after these homicides. It's kind of laughable when you think about it. And you just don't have that with these homicides. Why? Why don't you have that? There was no evidence, there was no testimony at any point saying that Chandler had planned this out, and they would have brought it to you if they had it. There's no evidence at all that Chandler is a violent person. And I'm not saying that you need to be a violent person to commit homicides. You know that. But again, intent is something that means something. And there's just no evidence that's providing you with that level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that you need for this first-degree intentional homicide. Do you know how Bart was killed?
Yes, there's the muzzle was put up against his back and he had 2 bullets in him. Or holes. But we saw the burn mark on, like, from the heat of the muzzle touching his back. He was shot in the back.
Exactly how he was killed. Do you know how Krista was killed?
Well, we did take a poll on that, and the consensus is with a gun.
Do you know if it was an awful accident? Do you know if it was intentional? Do you know if there was someone else involved?
Okay, I've just noticed the court reporter. What is going on there? Is that the smartest clothes that you have? You're in a courtroom. You're wearing a snowflake jumper. Why?
You don't. And that's a problem. Now, for better or for worse, this case has gotten a lot of media attention, and unfortunately, I have to bring it up. You were asked every day.
I know, it's not even Christmas. Well, it's January. She's still wearing her Christmas sweater.
Whether or not you saw something on the news, whether you heard something on the news. And you were asked that for a reason. You guys have a really bad job coming up. It's difficult. I do not want your job. You have to go back and look at every...
Yeah, she's given up on life, Victoria Girl. The court reporter's given up on life. Well, once you've reached that height, you know, it's all downhill from being a court reporter, isn't it? There really is nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to achieve once you've got to that level, that status, that social plane.
Everything. And make sure that everything that you're discussing in that room actually came from evidence that you heard from that stand and not from the Google searches that you may or may not have done. I'm hoping you didn't, but I'm going to be realistic.
Okay, now she's blaming the jury for cheating on the trial. I'm hoping you didn't do Google searches that the judge has continually admonished you not to do. But you're all liars, aren't you? Like I said earlier, you're disgusting, horrible liars, and you did Google searches, didn't you? About the case. You probably visited scenes when the judge told you not to because you're dirty, cheating, lying jurors.
Or the comment section on YouTube. And you're going to have to hold that person accountable, and you're going to have to hold that person accountable.
The comment section
because
on
that's
YouTube.
your duty.
That's where we are, guys.
You have another very serious
let's
duty
hear it
that's going to
again.
be hold. I'm hoping you didn't, but I'm going to be realistic. Or the comment section on YouTube.
Yay! That's us! That's us!
And you're going to have to hold that person accountable, and you're going to have to hold that person accountable because that's your duty. You have another very serious duty that's going to be hard for each and every one of you to do. You're going to have to take your emotions.
How's it going, Chandler? Reckon it's gonna be, you gonna walk out of this courtroom today, Chandler? How's it going, Chandler? Cat's waiting for you. It's gonna be Buffalo Wild Wings and Taco Tuesday all day.
Out of the equation. There was another promise that was said during the state's opening. They promised you that they were not going to try to tug at your heartstrings and show you pictures that they didn't need to show you. When Mitchell testified, do you think he needed a giant blow-up picture of his parents next to him to be reminded what his parents looked like? When Brett testified, do you think it was important for their case to ask him the last conversation he had with his brother? Oh, and it happened to be on his birthday? The birthday being July 1st? No. They didn't do that because they needed it for the case. They did it because they want you to think of your emotions. They want you to feel things. Because when you feel things, it's going to be harder for you to separate feelings from facts.
Exactly, Jerry. Not only are you a bunch of dirty, cheating, lying jurors that did Google searches when you weren't supposed to and visited the scene of the crime, but you also cannot separate your emotions from your brain because you have no brain. Okay? So you won't be able to distinguish between your feelings and facts. I mean, she's brutal, right? She's being really rude to the jury. I'm surprised the judge hasn't said, listen, please don't comment on the jury. They've taken time out of their lives to be here and do their civic duty, and you're insulting them to their face.
And you're going to have to do that because you may feel bad. No one here feels great about what happened. And after you make your decision, no one's going to walk out of this courtroom feeling at ease, at peace, happy. But you're going to have to do that. And people are not going to like it, regardless of what the decision is. And you're going to have to hold people accountable for it. Now, I don't get to come back up when I'm done.
First good news we've heard you say. So this is it, huh? Almost done? And then that's it?
The state's going to come up and they're going to do their rebuttal. And they're going to say everything that I said is flawed some way, somehow, or that you shouldn't pay attention to it. And that's fine. That's their job. They have the burden. They have the last say.
We already know.
But when they're talking during their rebuttal, I want you to think of this. What if I told you that at any minute, someone's going to walk into that door, someone from the Dane County Deputy's Department is going to walk in and say, I found it. I found the video we were looking for. I know exactly what happened in that house on the 1st. It doesn't exist. But what if it did? Are you going to be paying attention to, I'm going to assume it's Mr. Brown, but are you going to be paying attention to what Mr. Brown has to say during his rebuttal? Or are you going to be looking at that door hoping that someone walks in? And if you're going to look at that door,
But what if it did? What if Chandler didn't do it? Would you doubt it then?
hoping that someone comes in, you have reasons to doubt.
Lady, the only person that could possibly walk in that door that would even give any question in my mind is Bart and Krista Halderson. If they came in right now and said, we're not dead, we might have to deliberate for more than 30 minutes. But we'd probably still vote guilty just to get rid of this weird kid.
There are plenty of reasons to doubt that a first-degree intentional homicide occurred. There are plenty of reasons to doubt. You may not like that. It may feel like a cop-out. It may feel like I'm just doing something for the sake of coming up here and talking to you. I'm not. I'm doing my job.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? Like you really don't have anything to say, but you've got to say something, so you just come up with 30 minutes of filler and insults to us, the jury.
I'm making sure that they do their job, and I'm asking you to do your very difficult job
It's not
of
difficult.
evaluating everything. And from day one, the issue has been the homicides. I want you to spend time on the homicides. Ask yourself the questions that you need to ask. I guarantee you that the 12 of you that are going to go back and deliberate are all going to have 12 different theories on what happened, and that's a problem. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Attorney Vera. Wow, that was awe-inspiring. Okay, time for Mr. Special Prosecutor William Brown to kick the shit out of this show now. Man, he gets brutal. Oh my gosh. Where are we going? Where's the link? How you doing, Soap? Hey, Soap. How are we going to get the money to get the fantastic True Crime Metrix studio equipment? Yes, I know, Soap. I know. But, Soap, why don't we just print the money? You could be in charge of printing, Soap. You could press the big green button, and I will be your pimp, your printing pimp. How much did you print today, slut? 600? That's not enough. We're gonna have to pimp you out, bitch. Get you back on the street, ho. Make you work that ass. Where's the video? Yes, if you would like to save my dog from canine sex trafficking, please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Link in the description, guys. Man, if these coffees don't start rolling in, we're going to have to pack up True Crime Metrix and go to OnlyFans. You know? I don't know how that works. Is anyone an OnlyFans streamer? Is that what they're called? Do they get paid? Do they get coffees? We need coffees. Where is the Attorney Brown video? This one. Alright, it's only 17 minutes. But it's good. He's going to bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it right home. So we go to this thing. And browser. And fuck. Paste. Okay. Okay, that puppy.
Thank you, Attorney Vera.
Yeah, Victoria, I don't really have a problem with that. You know, whatever pays the bills and gets the equipment. You know, if it's not True Crime Metrix on YouTube, it'll be OnlyFans, whatever that is.
As counsel indicated, the state carrying the burden of proof has the opportunity for a rebuttal. In other words, the last word. And I believe Attorney Brown will provide that to you at this time.
Thank you. It's a lot of talk in the defense closing and opening about things they learned in law school or going to law school. And I think in the opening I heard at one point, being on a jury is different than being a person. if any of that's true.
Being on a jury is different from being a person.
But I'm done with law school, and I do this for a living. I operate in a world of common sense and not fanciful thoughts of just this guy finding his dead parents and deciding.
Yeah, there are some similarities between Chandler Halderson and Brian Koberger. This sort of nothing stare, you know, separation from being in reality or something.
No big deal. Let's just cut them apart and hide them around the state. But who knows how they died? I live in that world. That's the world you should live into. Because being a juror is no different than being a person, unlike maybe what you were told earlier. You're told by the judge, although they figured out a way to say it in about 2 paragraphs, you use your common sense and experience in the roles of everyday life, or something along those lines. A bunch of lawyers got together and thought about it for 2 weeks and figured out a way to say use your common sense. Miss Vera just stood up here and said, what if this was an awful accident? Bart Halderson was shot in the back twice. You do not fall down and shoot yourself in the back twice. Bart Halderson and Krista Halderson had their heads chopped off, had their arms and legs removed. That was an awful accident. Think of for a second. You heard about the bones. You saw those marks on the bones, those attempts. Some of them 3, some of them 10, some of them 5. False starts is what the anthropologists call them. That is someone on their hands and knees, Chandler apparently, which was just saying, I guess we're admitting to that now. They lied and chopped him up and hit him around the state. On his hands and knees, some of them from the front to back, meaning probably could see the face of his mom and his dad as that saw moved back and forth, back and forth. And you just saw the bones, but what's before the bones? The skin, the blood, the muscle, the fat, the smell that they had to produce, the blood of his own parents. An awful accident. We heard.
Yeah, I bet he can still remember that smell. I mean, even if it's just the smell of fresh blood, you know. Iron. It's got to be, you know, that sort of mental smell stays with you.
I go days without Googling things. I don't. Maybe you do. But I bet you don't Google dismembered body found Wisconsin when you're crying on the local news about your missing parents. I bet you don't Google woman's dismembered body found.
Yeah, it is a brown suit, Vivian, but it's not a yellow shirt, so this guy probably doesn't work at Wimpy.
I bet you don't do legal research about some other guy who chopped up his family members and threw them in a river. Bet you don't do that. This process is common sense.
It's like Attorney Brown has been waiting this whole trial to deliver this. You know, the beginning, he did the opening, which was very, very good, but he had to, you know, if he'd have come at that with this demeanor, he would have run a risk of coming across too emotionally invested. The way he did the opening was more accepting to a getting to know you. Letting the jury get to know him, you know, and trust him, build trust. But now he lets loose, just lets loose.
Ms. Vera talked a lot about the lies. Chandler is a liar, and it seems like we all agree on that now. Lots of people lie. I can agree with Ms. Vera on that. But the question in this case isn't, who would do this? And maybe that's something that's gone through your mind here. Who would do this? Who would go through all this? Who would make up all these lies? Who would take it this far? All these fake people, the burner phone, the nonsense, the calls to his dad, the emails back and forth, the friends and family, the move to Florida. Who would do this? And you're going to leave this room
My dad was on a murder trial, jury on a murder trial a couple of years ago. He told me all about it.
6 of you are going to go home. 12 of you are going to go into a room and talk to each other. And you're never going to have an answer to that question. Because who would do this in the common sense meaning of it? Nobody does something like this. But that's not the role of a jury. You're answering a different question, which is who did this, not who would do this. Because for the life of you, I bet before you got that notice in the mail a couple months ago saying you had to come here, you would say nobody. You would have said nobody. Nobody would shoot their dad in the back twice, kill their mom, lay him on the ground in front of their family fireplace, take scissors and pruning shears, take a hacksaw, take a keyhole saw, and saw off their heads, arms, legs, burn them in the fireplace. Over 100 fragments of human bone found in that fireplace. You'd say no one would do this. But you got your jury summons, and you ended up here, and you found out that someone did do it. Chandler Halderson did it. So those lies are important. Because you, at some level, have to grasp how...
Wow, Sariana. That's a long trial. But you don't know what the case is yet, I guess, right? You just show up and then they tell you the case? Or do they tell you, have you been for... I guess you went through jury selection, so do you know already what the case is? Is it a murder?
This man got to that point. As I said in the opening statement, the murders were just a small piece of the puzzle. None of the things that happened before, none of the things that happened after make any sense. You gotta have the murders to understand why he did that bizarre story for 7 days of his parents going missing with the unknown couple. And you can understand the murders if you understand what happened before with his bizarre actions of building up this life that wasn't real. Why were those lies important? They were important because that's all he had. We're here because of the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson, and they are dead. There's no doubt about that. You have most decidedly concluded that at this point. You have seen their bodies. But on some level, whoever Chandler Halderson was died years ago as well. And what was left was this shell of a person who made this nonsense up, who built himself up to be a tech employee, rescue scuba diving guy, who's going to college. It was all he had. It was all he had. And that started to unravel. Maybe his parents suspected it. But you listened to Bart Halderson on that call just about a day before he was killed. Does that sound like someone to you who knew his son had been lying to him? Those text messages. I spoke to Omar Joe. I'm ready whenever you are. He didn't know what was going on until that moment. So when Bart Halderson finds out that this is a lie, to Chandler, whoever Chandler Halderson is, the whole world crumbles. Because if he weren't going to school...
How old do you think Attorney Brown is here? I think he's younger than me. He's like maybe 35? Have I got that right?
They sure weren't going to hire you at American Family Insurance. That couldn't have been real. There's no way you got a job at SpaceX. What else are you lying about? Where are you going all the time when you say you're training for this scuba diving team? Everything about him falls apart.
I don't think he's 45. I can't see that, Lego. Maybe 40.
He doesn't have any money. Remember when he texted his girlfriend he was going to the police? Hey, can I have $5 for a sandwich? He can't just leave. He can't move out. He can't get in the car and head west. He probably couldn't make it out of the state with the amount of money he had because he never had a job. He had two options. Own up to his lies, stand up, and finally tell the truth for once. Or like a coward.
Let's look it up, guys. Let's see if we can look it up. Attorney William Brown, Dane County. Well, why would it say his age? That's not him, is it? No. Well, it must be. My God. I think that's him. On LinkedIn, William Brown, Deputy District Attorney at Dane County. Let's see here. So he was at University of Wisconsin from 2009 to 2011. So what does that mean? I don't know if we can get his date of birth quickly.
Shoot your father in the back. And that's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. Miss Vera says, wow, we just got a showcase. Yeah, we got a bullet fragment. Just happens to have Bart Halderson's DNA
Hello, Pepper.
on it. And you looked at it, just happens to appear to have blood all over it.
Yeah, I'm pretty set on this between 34 and 36, guys. On the lower side, I think. He's pretty young, isn't he?
And then text my mom. Hey, pick up soda for me. Dad's phone's dead. She gets home. Whose blood spatters on the safe right there by the bullet fragment?
So how, if he's, all right, 2022, if he's 35, how old would he be in 2011? So that's 11 years less. 22 in 2011. Is that right? Yeah. No. 24 in 2011, if he's 35. Which should be about right, yeah, for graduating? Law school? Maybe a bit older? I don't know.
Those little red dots, human blood. It's Krista Halderson. We don't know.
No, you don't graduate law school at 24, do you? It's like standard. Be a little bit older, 26 maybe. I don't know how it works. You gotta do a degree first and then do your law degree. I'm not sure.
What happened? We know exactly what happened. Murders are not captured on video. That's not how this happens. That's how this works. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, there are some people who are stupid enough to walk up to a gas station, stand in front of the security camera, and shoot somebody. But that.
Okay, thanks, Lenny, for working that out. That's he started undergrad in 2005. He's about 39, 40. Riding shotgun says 4 years undergrad, 3 years law school, 5 years in early 30s. All right. Where did Chandler hide the gold silver bars? I don't think he got hold of them. He couldn't get into the safe. I'm not sure that came up in trial, though.
That's not real life.
Yeah, Lynn, his argument at sentencing is good. In fact, I've had enough coffee. Real coffee, not donations. That's not nearly enough. Feel free to add to that pile, guys. But yeah, no, I'm wide awake. It's 4 a.m, but I'm wide awake. We might do not close it. We're doing closing, sentencing arguments after this.
That's not common sense.
Because because it's so funny when Chandler finally speaks. He says 2 sentences in his whole trial, and they're the most just... I can't believe he said that. I mean, what does he say? Your Honor, I want to take this opportunity to state my intent to appeal my convictions. If any lawyers are listening and want to take on my case, please take a moment to reach out to me. It's not that I don't have feelings. It's that I was warned not to show them due to the scrutiny of this case. What scrutiny of the case?
Chandler Halderson did this in the basement of his house. The blood is everywhere. The bullet's there.
The trial is January 2022, Leslie. You're correct, but it's real early 2022.
You heard from Mr. Lellerberry, who testified. He only found one, and the one he found was kind of rolled behind under that bench. He tried to clean up. Peroxide everywhere. He's having people bring him peroxide.
I think it's amazing that the trial happened just 6 months after the killings. You know, the quality of the case that they put on. I mean, it must have been a, you know, real lot of work went into it, you know?
Blood all over that fireplace stoop. Bone fragments in the ash trap. You know exactly what happened. You don't need a video. The lies are important because it's all Chandler Halderson had. And when they were exposed, he started coming up with this plan. And yeah, after the Omar Job text comes in on the 29th, he's having a conversation with his girlfriend. You heard? Miss Farah actually read it, and that's fair. The day before, hey, are we going to the cabin? What's going on? They're talking about the cabin. He's starting to dabble with the idea of what he's doing. But then I think it was at 1:04 p.m., just about an hour and a half, 2 hours before he did it, he says they're going to the cabin this weekend. He made his final decision. Because at that moment, Chandler Halderson knew there was no way out. He couldn't get in the car and drive away. He couldn't make up another lie. He couldn't make up another email. He couldn't buy another burner phone. It was done. Everyone was going to see him for what he was. Just some liar. Some guy without a job, not going to school, who'd been lying to everyone for years. And he couldn't handle that. So he committed the ultimate act of betrayal against your parents. Perhaps against any human being, but especially your parents, the person who held you when you were a baby and cleaned up your cuts on your knee when you were learning to ride a bike, comforted you when you were crying. The ultimate act of betrayal. He shot his parents. And then he cut them up and he hid them. But the lies didn't even stop there. It was a new lie. No, that's the cabin. Now he's on the news. Now he's giving interviews. Given 2-3 more days, don't think for a second there wouldn't have been 2-3 more fake emails. Text messages from my mom. A whole new world. A whole new reality for Chandler that he got to live in. His checklist is right there. Finally, he was going to get a job. Obviously, mom and dad couldn't support him anymore. Maybe he was going to get some life insurance. Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't. But he certainly got to continue on his fake life. He got to keep his girlfriend. People continued to respect him. His friends probably continued to think that he was successful, important. The lies were rinsed and repeated, rinsed and repeated. And I promise I'm about done, and I'm the last person who talks. The judge is going to talk a little bit more. What he's going to say next is hard to hear, in that he has to read off the verdict forms you're going to take back to the jury room with you. Verdict forms are the physical documents for each charge. There's a bunch of charges here. For each one, there's one that says guilty and not guilty, guilty and not guilty, guilty and not guilty. And he has to actually read them all, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, but he has to do it. But what Ms. Vera is asking you to do is to lie. It is the last lie of Chandler Halderson. His lawyers stood up here and told you to lie for him. Not to do what you swore to do, which is to render a just and true verdict based on the evidence, to reconcile the evidence, if you can find any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, a reasonable hypothesis. That reasonable hypothesis that was just offered to you is that it was an accident. That's how they died. And then Chandler made what his attorney believes to be the reasonable decision to chop apart those bodies and hide them around the state. What you're being asked to do is to lie one last time. It is the experience that everyone in Chandler Halderson's life has had to deal with, and now it's yours. His girlfriend dealt with it. Sure, Bart and Krista dealt with it, finding out maybe on the last day of their lives. Mitchell is dealing with it. Brett is dealing with it. They're family friends. The Hilgendorfs. Their kids, Haley and Hannah, they've had to deal with it. Mary Sesto had to deal with it. Kevin Linsmeyer, the neighbor, had to deal with it. Then to the police. Deputy Seeley, Deputy Nelson, Deputy Shunk, Deputy Sims, Deputy Hendrickson, Deputy Collins-LaFleur. Everyone who has interacted with this man for years has had no other experience other than being lied to. And now it's you that's going to be lied to by his attorneys. Asking you.
I'm going to object now.
Ooh.
Inside bar.
That's what she says at the drive-through window when they say they're out of ketchup. Okay, I'm going to object now. Where's the manager?
Thanks for your patience, folks. I want to clarify that, of course, within the instructions, as far as closing argument not being evidence, closing argument being opinions expressed by counsel for both the state and the defense to you about their view of the evidence and so forth. My understanding is the state was not meaning to suggest that counsel for the defense had lied or in any way was urging you to do anything other than uphold your oath and to follow the law as instructed in your deliberations. If you could continue.
Thank you. Those verdict forms you're going to fill out, every single one of them represents something that happened here. And what we're asking you to do is to dig through that evidence, dig through your notes, dig through your memory of what happened. What happened here wasn't an accident. What happened here wasn't a mistake. What happened here wasn't innocent lies, coincidences. Mr. Halderson's statement to the police that my mom has nosebleeds and my dad, he just scratches his psoriasis. It doesn't explain his blood on a bullet fragment. It doesn't explain all of their blood on the fireplace. It doesn't explain the Halderson's teeth in the ash trap. It doesn't explain their skull in the ash trap and placed on top of the fireplace. What I'm asking you to do is to look for the truth and not to negotiate. Not take the idea that, well, there's one piece of paper there where he signed a document and says he lied to the cops, and maybe that's good enough. These people were...
Yeah, I'd love to hear some more from Kat's mom, a cappella, because yeah, she's hard to pin down with where she's at with it. Certain parts of her trial testimony, she seemed to be saying that she was uncertain about Chandler before all of this came out. But other points, she seems really warm to him. And certainly in the jailhouse calls, she was thoroughly supportive. I mean, over the top supportive. It's strange. I'd like an update about Dulce Melander.
Were killed. This is a first degree
We've got to find Kat and bring her on the show, or, you know, into Discord.
intentional homicide. This is a first degree intentional homicide. You cannot shoot someone in the back. You cannot chop them up. You cannot scatter their remains and come to any other conclusion. And there is only one person who did those things here, and that is Chandler Halderson. And we're asking you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay. Let's have a look at the, what is it, the sentencing. And then it'll be a wrap on this case, won't it? At least for now. We might come back and do a few. I still want to do the body cam of the cabin. That's quite interesting in a way. Chandler Halderson sentencing hearing. Running low on battery. Running low on battery. And we're also running low on coffee if you'd like to support the channel. There is a link in the description for buymeacoffee.com where you can buy us at coffee.com. Very much appreciated, guys. Very much appreciated. Help us expand. Help us grow. Okay, one more link here. One more link. I just had to plug in here. Plug in the laptop. Now where are we? Right here.
Reminder of two of the most important people to us, Bart and Krista, will not be there to celebrate this special occasion with us.
There we go. All right.
It's the same letter.
I think we're all on the same page then as far as information coming into this hearing. As a statutory question, Attorney Vera, is there any reason?
Yeah, look how easy Ride-In Shotguns made that for you guys. You just click that link right there and then you can buy us at coffee.com. Fantastic way to support the channel, and it helps to bring new true crime cases. Well, absolutely it does. And new equipment, better equipment, stylish equipment for better streams. For better streams and better quality of streams and more streams and regular streams and endless streams. We've got a lot to get through, guys. You know, we're doing everything we can for the True Crime Metrix experience, building it up. We've got big plans coming up. But, you know, we do need your support. We need your support with the coffee support, with the membership support, with all sorts of support. You know what we need? We need, like, 2 major benefactors. No, beneficiaries. No. Which way does that work? What we need to find is a wealthy viewer. Somewhere out there is a wealthy viewer who will want to invest in the channel and just become a lifetime member of buymeacoffee.com with all of those fantastic benefits. If we got 2 of those quickly, that would be a huge kickstart to this channel. It would take us into another level of Metrix. It really would. That should be a target. How do we do that? How do we achieve that? How do we go out there and find that wealthy benefactor? Or am I getting it the wrong way around? Are we the benefactor, or... That's exactly what we need, guys. two major benefactors just becoming a lifetime member. And for what? Really what they're saying is, hey, listen, we love the channel, we love what you do, and we want to help it grow into something really special. We want to push it over the edge and give you what you need to do your thing really, really fucking well. And keep bringing us content, keep bringing us more content. Expand the format of your content, grow. And we will be changing the format soon, guys. We're still going to be doing commentaries, but we're going to be doing more full storytelling on True Crime Metrix. I think that's important. I think that's got a lot more reach than commentaries. I really enjoyed doing the commentaries, and it's great to read all your comments. You know, we're not going to stop that at all. But I'm wondering if it should be on this channel or if there should be a separate sister channel. I'm kind of looking into how all that works. I think for the starters, we're just going to stay right here, but we might eventually split it into 1 or 2 channels. I don't know. But we do need 2 wealthy benefactors or beneficiaries. No, I'm the beneficiary and we need 2 benefactors. Lifetime membership on buymeacoffee.com to kickstart the Metrix universe into something very special. Okay.
We should not now proceed to a sentencing hearing.
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Attorney Brown, are there any victim statements being made here in court today?
No victims themselves are going to speak. What we're going to do is Ms. Raymond's going to speak first about some letters that we have that we were going to read, and then I'll conclude our arguments.
Very good. Why don't you proceed, please?
So, Your Honor, Mr. Brown and I are breaking up this sentencing. I'm going to talk very briefly about the character of the defendant and then go on to talk about the seriousness of the offense. Mr. Brown will then talk about second half of the seriousness offense and the need to protect the public. I'm going to spend a lot of my time today talking about the victims and who they were as people. But I am going to start with talking about the character of the defendant. This PSI was kind of not your average PSI. I've often said in serious sentencings that reading PSIs is one of the most depressing things about my job, and that I really dislike it, although what it does provide is a context to crime. Almost every homicide I've prosecuted, there's been a fairly tragic backstory of the defendant. Violence, drugs, just tragedy. And you often are left with an explanation. Not an excuse, but an explanation as to why a crime occurred. Why did this 18-year-old kill a 17-year-old? There's not an explanation here. Chandler grew up with a life of privilege by pretty much, I think, any sort of angle you look at it. He had 2 parents that were married and that seemed to be happily married. 2 parents that from all evidence were completely supportive. Very sort of, his dad was the den leader for Boy Scouts. His parents attended every swim meet that he had. There's absolutely no evidence of abuse whatsoever in this case. Chandler grew up with no housing insecurities. He never had to wonder where his next meal was coming from. And he was never exposed to any violence that we saw any evidence of, or even really guns. The only tragedy, if you can even call it that, it's more really a part of life that we saw that occurred to him during his childhood was he did lose his maternal grandparents. He went to good and safe schools. By all accounts, he had a supportive extended family that saw him often, and a large network of family friends that considered themselves his family. He had numerous people that would drop everything to help him if it was needed. He never faced any sort of discrimination that I can find from any source. By pretty much every measure, he was a white male who had a childhood of privilege. The only potential criticism that anyone that we talked to, and we talked to well over 100 people, was that perhaps his mother babied him a little too much or was a little too doting. As I often explain to my husband, that's what mothers do. It is out of this life of privilege, this childhood, that was nearly ideal that he committed these crimes. It's also worth noting that these crimes were committed against these two individuals that provided this ideal childhood for him, the two people that took care of him. I only want to say one other thing about the character of the defendant. We certainly spent a lot of time in trial, and I don't need to belabor any points about that. But I do think it's worth noting that in all of the jail calls and messages that the detectives and Mr. Brown and I listened to, there was never even a moment where Chandler mourned his parents' death. I found that really unique. I've prosecuted a lot of cases where somebody has killed a family member, sometimes even a family member who was highly abusive to them. And there's mourning there. There's some sort of notion that they miss this person. It was interesting, in one message, somebody had told him that they just got back from his parents' memorial service, and they were sad. He suggested that they watch a slasher movie, Halloween. There was no discussion of who was at the memorial service, what they talked about, who they saw, any remembering of his parents. I just think it's notable to bring up that how significant losing your parents is to a person's life and how much it impacts them. It impacts someone, and there's been no comment, no tears. And I just think that is worth noting. You know, certainly you could take that in a couple of different ways. You could say, well, maybe they're just not an emotional person. That's certainly possible, but it also suggests a certain amount of callousness, and perhaps even lack of remorse that is worth noting. So I'm going to spend the bulk of my time talking about the seriousness of the offense. And part of what that entails is the fact that this world no longer has Bart and Krista Halderson. And so I think it's an important part to reflect on who they are. I'm going to start that by reading two victim impact statements. One was submitted to you earlier, but they asked that I read it out loud. The other one has not been submitted yet. It was just written today, I believe. The first victim impact statement is submitted by CAN, who's the future daughter-in-law to Bart and Krista Halderson. She's engaged to their son, Mitchell. And she writes,
So Mitchell's fiance's impact statement, sort of on behalf of her and Mitchell.
My life will be forever changed by the actions that occurred the week of July 1st through July 7th of 2021. I've lost my future mother and father-in-law in such a senseless and brutal way. This loss will remain with me for the rest of my life. I've personally been deeply impacted by this loss. My mental and physical health have suffered tremendously. As Mitchell and I move forward planning our wedding, each decision we make comes with a reminder of two of the most important people to us, Bart and Krista, will not be there to celebrate this special occasion with us. I've cried about their loss on multiple occasions and will continue to mourn and cry many more times. I've experienced a lot of weight loss as I was unable to eat due to the high level of stress, anxiety, and uncertainty surrounding what had happened to Bart and Krista over that long period of time. I missed work for over a month, and even now that I'm back, there are times I struggle to make it through the day. Bart and Krista were amazing people. They were there to help everyone and anyone with whatever they could. Krista had always been so welcoming to me. From the first time I met her in 2014 for Christmas to the morning that we both called her and Bart to tell them the good news that Mitchell and I were engaged in 2020, to the afternoon we spent at their home for Father's Day in June of 2021, just a week before they were killed. Krista was excited to talk with me and always made me feel at home. Bart had a wonderful sense of humor and was a great handyman. He helped us set up many things when we moved into our new home and helped teach us so that we could do it on our own next time. I miss their warm presence and their kind hearts every single day. Both Bart and Krista had so much to look forward to that they will never get to experience. They will never get to see their son get married or start a family. Mitchell and I will miss them terribly during these milestones. holding their grandchildren, watching them play sports, hearing about school, and all those things that Bart and Krista were so excited for.
Yeah, hi, Kathy Richardson. Yeah, we did 2 videos on Kat on the stand and a bunch of her interviews with police. They're all on our channel page under the live tab. If you go to youtube.com/@truecrimemetrics, live tab, they're all there.
They will never get to do.
And we're a big supporter of Kat. We love Kat, and we hope she's getting and has had and continues to get good support from good people and successfully moves into a fantastic life and future.
They loved going to wineries, breweries, concerts on the square, the farmers market, and had been dreaming about many different trips to explore Wisconsin and the United States. But again, due to their senseless murders, they will never get to experience these things. We are comforted in knowing that Chandler cannot physically hurt us. However, if he was given the opportunity for parole, I would be terrified for Mitchell and my family's safety. Given the fact that he was capable of such calculated and horrific act of murder, I do not believe my family would be safe if he were ever to be released from prison. For this reason, I believe he should not be given the chance for parole. Bart and Krista's murders have greatly impacted my life and the rest of the Halderson and Frater family lives as well. The second letter is from Kayleen Halderson, mother of Bart and Chandler's grandmother. Judge, these are my feelings about Chandler. He is my grandson. I love him even though what he did was horrific. I can't believe his parents would want him to be incarcerated for life. I'm hoping he will find a trade or a craft while there to become a productive and caring person. We hope the people in charge of
Yeah, he'll find a trade and a craft. It's called sucking dick. Sucking dick so as not to get beat up a lot.
that facility will feel someday he deserves a second chance in life with the possibility of parole. Chandler's grandma, Kayleen Halderson. So last week, I had the pleasure and the opportunity to meet with Krista's best friend of 38 years, Jane. And I just spoke to her very candidly, tell me about Bart and Krista. And she shared some really interesting and I think important things. She shared that Krista was a staple in her life, a sister in every way except for biological. She was the aunt to her daughters. She described Krista Halderson as having a lightness about her, that when she'd walk into the room, you would just feel happier. She was bubbly. She was a helper, wanted to always fix people's problems. Krista was described by her boss at work as the work mom for everything. She was the person you went to if you needed Tylenol, a hug, or a pep talk. She listened to people and cared about people. She went out of her way to lift people up. She was the type of person that you would feel happier, that would make you feel happier after you talked to her. The title that was most important to Krista was that of mom. That was her identity. Being a mom was her purpose in life. She was the type of mom that had bins where she saved her kids' Legos for the grandchildren. She had meticulous bins in her basement, each one perfectly labeled with no dust on them, that were organized and labeled their awards, their Eagle Scout journey, and various paraphernalia and photos. Jane said Krista was a joy and a blessing. I not only talked to Jane about Bart Halderson, but also his family over the last several weeks. Bart was quieter. He worked hard and he provided for his family. He was up for quite a big promotion right before his murder. He liked the outdoors, nature, fishing, and his family. He was redoing and in the process of renovating his entire house, nearly down to the studs. He had recently built a brand new dining table made of pure wood, which he had hoped that they would use for the rest of their lives, celebrating the holidays with the grandkids. He was close with his older brother, Brett, and his parents, who are both still alive. Bart is described as generous, doing little things to take care of people. Jane pointed out that every time he was in Milwaukee, he would always take her daughters out when they were in college for a free meal with their Uncle Bart. One other thing that actually one of our detectives pointed out today is in the course of their employment, they read through a whole bunch of text messages from all sorts of people. And they were really struck about how nice Bart and Krista were. They really didn't say a bad word about anyone, not even to each other. They were kind, respectful. They texted often about worrying about this son or that son and various things. They were loving towards each other. Bart and Krista, of course, will now not see their older son get married. They won't be present for their grandchildren. They won't get to experience the retirement that they really had been planning for decades. And they didn't get to say goodbye to anyone. Multiple people, when we talked to them about Bart and Krista, said, you know, if they would have found out about Chandler's lies and his deception, they would have been upset. They would have been. But they also would have worked with him to get him back on the right track. They were sure of this. More than one person had made a statement like this to us, that Bart and Krista would have continued to be the supportive parents that their entire track record had showed that they were. I just want to point out one more thing about the seriousness of the offense. The victimization that was caused here extends well beyond Bart and Krista Halderson. Because of Chandler's actions, his grandparents had to bury a child. His brother lost his entire nuclear family overnight. The entire family is forever altered. People who were generous to Chandler, such as his girlfriend and her family, have had their lives completely uprooted as well. Bart and Krista's friends will again never get to enjoy them. And numerous people have guilt because they wonder, were there red flags that I missed? Could I have prevented this? Chandler's actions have caused uncalculable amounts of trauma for dozens of people. Your Honor, as you craft a sentence, I'm asking that you please consider all this trauma as part of the seriousness of this offense in creating a just sentence.
I'm going to comment on some of the other sentencing factors. I'm going to start with the submission by the defense, which I thought was well put together and well written. And
The submission by the defense was well put together and well written.
Included an article, a law review article that I read with great interest. Obviously, it concerns what I do for a living, and it's something I should think about. One thing that, before I start, I do want to thank both the defense attorneys. I think they've done a hard job, a job that they've sworn to do and dedicated their lives to doing as being defense attorneys and public defenders. And I've appreciated their presence, and they've been nothing but respectful and honorable in their task. And it was a hard job in this case. But speaking...
I don't think they want to hear that from you, Mr. Brown. It was a hard job. They lost, but it was a hard job because I'm great.
Especially to their submission today, Attorney Dorrell said something that stuck out to me as absolutely true, which is one of the lines, which is, it seems that people, I'm quoting, paraphrasing here, believe that today is a foregone conclusion as to what the outcome is. And I, like her, I don't know that that's true. And I certainly don't think it's true with you, Judge. I'll tell you that as a prosecutor, I often prosecute homicides. And that's an unfortunate reality of being a prosecutor.
I don't know what it is with this attorney now and his microphone. He touches it about 900 times in this reasonably short speech.
In a city, people commit the crime of intentional homicide. These hearings happen a great deal. my job.
I think every time he touches his microphone, a viewer should buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Is obviously to convict people if I believe they're guilty, and here obviously, of course, I believe that, and I did that. But when it comes to sentencing, the questions are not simply in my gut, do I feel like this is a bad guy? Do I personally have some vendetta or reason to want to push for a specific sentence? My role is to examine the legal factors and to employ my role as the executive branch's representative in these hearings as thoughtfully and as compassionately as I can. I have to recognize, and I think all prosecutors should recognize as the representative of the executive branch at a sentencing, especially a sentencing in which we're talking about an imprisonment of the defendant that could be many decades, that nothing should be a foregone conclusion, that we should approach this with a level of analysis and questioning and of skepticism, that we do some of the most important questions in our lives, professionally or personally. And I'll tell you and Mr. Halderson and the community that I've done that. I've thought a great deal, as has Ms. Raymond, as the detectives. Mr. Halderson's being sentenced to life in prison today. This hearing is about whether he's ever going to be granted parole or eligible for parole, excuse me. And that's a challenging decision for everyone to make. And I'll let you know that I have not entered this process in thinking about what the state's recommendation should be, with that being a foregone conclusion. Luckily, the law tells me what I'm supposed to think about when I'm considering what the executive branch of government is going to represent as its opinion in this case. It tells me that I should consider the gravity of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson, amongst other factors, mitigating factors and things of that sort. But those are the three that generally are focused upon. They're called the galleon factors here in Wisconsin. That's supposed to guide us in our thought process. And I'll walk through those and my thought process in making my recommendation. I'll start with the rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson. I have no idea what they are. Mr. Halderson has an absolute right to not participate in these proceedings, and he is not being sentenced today. And I'm not asking you to sentence him based on his non-participation in either the PSI or a trial. Of course, those are his constitutional rights, or even today. That being said, as Ms. Raymond said, almost always in a sentencing hearing for a homicide or even lesser crimes, we have some understanding as players in the criminal justice system of the underlying causes of someone's problems, the root causes. Frequently, it's substance abuse. Frequently, it's mental illness. Frequently, it's inability to control anger and other behavioral problems that have manifested themselves throughout someone's life. You probably are wondering, and I'll tell you, it's been thoroughly investigated of whether there were any red flags that anyone missed. Was Mr. Halderson engaged in bad behavior as a youth? Was he harming animals? Was he harming people? None of that is true.
Maybe.
That we can tell. He seemed to be a pretty normal kid with a pretty normal life who did a pretty abnormal thing as he turned 23. You don't know what his rehabilitative needs are. And that's a challenge. The reason we focus on that is this idea in the criminal justice system that we can rehabilitate almost everyone. And I'll say, I think that to be true. I really do. The vast majority of people who are charged with this crime of first-degree intentional homicide, as grievous as it might be and as difficult as it might be sometimes for the victims to hear it, they are people who can be rehabilitated, that we can address that root underlying cause of mental illness or substance abuse, and they can emerge from the state prison system, perhaps not a perfect person, but a better person. And society can have some comfort, and we can all go to bed at night and sleep soundly knowing that we've done what we can to try to prevent some future harm from occurring because we've addressed that identifiable problem. You don't have that. And if you don't have that, I'm not sure how much you can consider that factor. And the law is very clear. When you're addressing the galleon factors, you don't have to weigh them up equally. You have to consider them all. But I would pose to the court that that's not a factor that you should ultimately consider a great deal, because I don't know what information the court could rely on in determining that there are some identifiable and fixable rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson. Next, the court has to consider the protection of the public. And here's where I think the court has to probably give a great weight to this factor. Mr. Halderson, by all accounts, chose to commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide twice on a single day because he was caught lying about where he was working and going to school. or perhaps just where he was going to school. It was uncomfortable, probably, that he was caught. It probably wasn't an experience he was looking forward to in dealing with the repercussions of that. But those kind of inconveniences and uncomfortable situations are constantly present in life. Every one of us in this courtroom have dealt with bad situations in life. Every one of us have left work one day thinking, man, I really don't want to go home tonight because I did something and I'm going to have to talk about it. Every one of us here has probably walked into work one day thinking, boy, I don't really want to walk into my supervisor's office and got to talk about that. Life is full of inconveniences. Life is full of being uncomfortable. The difference between everyone else in this room and Mr. Halderson is all of us have owned up to that. All of us walked into those rooms, walked into our front door. All of us have addressed those situations, whether it be comfortable or uncomfortable, whether it lead to the loss of relationships or respect or money. We've all addressed them. You walk in, you take your lumps, you leave. But when faced with, in the grand scheme of things, a minor inconvenience in his life, Mr. Halderson chose to commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide 2 times. And then over the course of several days, chose to cut up those people's bodies and spread them around the state. Chose to lie to the police, concoct a bizarre story, lead his family down this road of believing that there was just some hope somewhere out there that Bart and Krista were alive. Because he got caught in a minor inconvenience. I don't know how you protect the public from someone like that. I don't know how any of us would have any comfort in thinking that Mr. Halderson would ever be in a better place to make those decisions more wisely. It's even more compounded and perhaps aggravated in the legal sense by the fact that no one saw this coming. He is someone who was able to perhaps have this capability or perhaps have these thoughts in life and insert himself into relationships, social situations, his family, without anyone wondering, is this a safe person to be around? Sometimes in court for homicide sentencings, the guy next to us is a history a mile long of violent crime and is willing to talk about it. And you wonder when people are even around that person. Seems like a dangerous guy. Part of the risk of Chandler is he doesn't look like a dangerous guy. He's packaged up into like a normal middle-class kid and was able to fool everyone. Not only fool everyone about these crazy lies about work and school and activities, but fool everyone into believing that he was a safe person to be around, that he was trustworthy, that he wasn't going to, and not exaggerating the facts, shoot you in the back, because that's in fact what happened. Someone in Mr. Halderson's shoes with his mindset can never be safely in this community. His willingness to solve the minor inconveniences of life with brutal violence can never be mitigated in our community. As long as he breathes, he will be a risk. He will be a risk because he will suffer more minor inconveniences, as will we all. And lastly, the court has to consider the gravity of the offense. Ms. Raymond talked a good deal about that. Part of that is considering the people he hurt. Not only his parents, who by all accounts were loving and caring, but the community, their character as people. Gravity of the offense is sometimes called retribution in some systems, and I'll note that retribution is an appropriate thing to consider in law. At times, it's part of the gravity of the offense, but here there is no more grave offense. The crime of first-degree intentional homicide is as serious as it gets. Committing it twice is even more serious, and committing it against the people who you're supposed to love the most is beyond comprehension for many in our community. There's an interesting quote as I prepared for today. I was looking at some cases, just trying to look into the mindset of other judges as they've considered these factors and the concept of punishment in the law. Justice Stewart, a while back in Furman versus Georgia, wrote, "The instinct for retribution is part of the nature of man, and channeling that instinct in the administration of criminal justice serves an important purpose in promoting the stability of a society governed by law." There was another case in the late 40s. It was Williams versus New York. Retribution is no longer the dominant objective of criminal law, but it is neither forbidden nor one inconsistent with our respect for the dignity of man. When we talk about the gravity of the offense, it's a consideration. The court gets to decide what that means. But you should consider that in my mind, in my experience as a prosecutor in this county, as a citizen of this state, I've never heard of a crime more serious. I've never heard of a crime more brutal. Mr. Halderson's mere presence in our community, the fact
It is hard to think of one, isn't it? I mean, even Teresa Hallback was like, at least that was just one person. Or the Taylor Shabusiness, that was pretty brutal. I mean, it's all in Wisconsin, isn't it? Crazy. Crazy place.
fact that he did any of this has ripped apart the fabric of our community. The idea that someone can live amongst us with no warning signs and commit such heinous acts should scare everybody, and it sure as hell scared everybody here. No one who's interacted with Mr. Halderson will ever be the same. For whatever reason, he decided to do it.
Love the link you've put there, Riding Shotgun. Look at that, guys. A fucking great way to support the channel. I know I'm being a little quiet, but Attorney Brown's doing all the talking here. I don't want to interrupt Attorney Brown. He's got the pace, he's got the flow, but you can have the flow too at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix to support the channel. And, you know, that'd be really appreciated. Really appreciated. Super appreciated. Where's that rich benefactor? They're somewhere out there right now. They might not be in this stream tonight, but they might come and listen to this in the future. If that is you, head over to buymeacoffee.com and become a lifetime member of Coffee True Crime Metrix membership, guys.
Whatever justification he can come up with in his own mind, whether it be today or down the road in many years, nothing will ever explain it. His actions in July of this year were evil. And for this generation and at this time, Mr. Halderson is the personification of evil in our community. He can work the rest of his life at trying to earn back the respect and trust and love of maybe some of his family, and I hope he does that. But that's a different thing than what's going on here today. Our question is whether Mr. Halderson should ever be released from prison, and if so, when should he have that opportunity to ask? It's my position that he should never be released from prison. That the mere possibility of his return to our community would shock the conscience of almost every citizen of this community. It would depreciate the seriousness of what he's done. It would cause extreme angst, animosity, probably for many, to even feel that that's a possibility. We don't have a more serious punishment, but sometimes it's appropriate. And in this case, it's the state's position, it is my position, it is my recommendation that Mr. Halderson spend the remainder of his life in prison, that he not be eligible for parole at any point. Again, there is no more serious crime. Mr. Halderson has to come to terms with what he's done, and I hope he does someday. But that doesn't mean he should ever be released. And I ask that you not let him be released. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Vera, were any statements being made beyond counsel's regarding the sentencing here on Mr. Halderson's behalf?
No, Your Honor.
Then would you be speaking on this regard?
I will, yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Earlier this week, Attorney Doral did file a sentencing memorandum, which we know Your Honor has read and considered. We stand by that submission, and we just have a couple more additions to add right now. You know, we've talked about family and the seriousness of this case and the public. And sentencing is a very intimate matter, especially in a case like this where it is a family situation. I bring that up because at the end of the day, regardless of what happens today in this courtroom, no one is going to be happy that he is redeemable in the future. And that's all we're asking for today, life with parole. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that in your memorandum, there was an indication once again that Mr. Halderson would not exercise his right to elocute at this hearing Obviously, just as with trial, it comes up to a decision at the very last minute. I just want to ensure at this moment whether or not Mr. Halderson wishes to make a statement.
And thank you for doing that. That has changed. Mr. Halderson would like to give a statement to Your Honor.
You may remove your mask if you wish. I believe the conditions in the jail are very
You all ready for this?
good as far as the pandemics.
The only thing he says in his entire trial.
If you want to speak without your mask and Attorney Dorrell's comfortable with that, you could.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I would only ask that you read slowly, simply because my court reporter has to take down what you're saying, and sometimes we read faster than we mean to.
Your Honor, I want to take this opportunity to state my intent to appeal my convictions. If there are any lawyers listening and willing to take on my appeal, take a moment to please reach out to me. It's not that I do not have feelings. It's that I was warned to not show them due to the scrutiny of this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
What does that even mean? I was warned to not show my feelings due to the scrutiny of this case. Well, every case is scrutinized. That's what a case is. Who warned you not to show your feelings, and why? That's ridiculous. Did his attorney come to him and say, hey, listen, now, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on this case, so I'm going to warn you, don't show any feelings, don't show any remorse. That would be very dangerous. It's ridiculous what he just said.
The court always tends to make a number of observations at sentencing hearings that are contested and which carry a good deal of weight. And I'm not going
Everyone loves the judge, Judge Highland.
to depart from that process today. I first think it's important to acknowledge that the trial and the process within this case that brings us here today was the united effort of a number of people. And first and foremost, I want to recognize again the jurors, but not just those 12 people that rendered the verdicts here, but those alternates, those people that responded to the summons, especially given the time of year that this occurred, and the concerns that were rife regarding individual health. We, as by necessity, inconvenienced a number of citizens, and in the end, when I spoke to them, they had no regrets about their service. And that is because they understood that under our system, that is vital. And they understood that they had a duty to perform once selected. So I thank them once again. I want to thank the bailiff staff who, throughout those weeks of trial, worked incredibly well in assisting the parties, the court, the witnesses, and the media. I want to thank the prosecution because I thought that the case that they presented was done efficiently, economically, but most importantly, with due deference to the nature of the evidence and the need to present that evidence in a manner which honored the people who were lost. We had a number of lay witnesses that came to court to testify. I assume that they all would rather have been somewhere else, but they all came willingly and testified here, and I appreciated their participation and the time that it took for them, again, under the circumstances, both as far as health and the nature of the proceedings and their testimony. Counsel mentioned that this crime caused a rip in our community. If there's one thing that's a positive coming out of this, I think that it is a demonstration to our community of the pride we should feel in our law enforcement, the pride we should feel in how they investigated this case and how they presented the evidence in this case. It was Well, I honestly think it put Dane County on the map through both the Justice Department efforts and the efforts of our local Sheriff's Department. And
Yeah, it definitely put Dane County on the map, but is that a good thing? You know, Dane County is forever going to be Chandler Halderson's county, man.
other law enforcement agencies
It's
involved.
like Manitowoc County is Teresa Halbach.
It was quite incredible. I also want to finally say something about the fact that at every trial, just about, I hear defense attorneys speaking to jurors in voir dire about the fact that the defendant has a right to a trial. The defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant does not have to testify. Sometimes the counsel will go to the extent of saying, we don't have to do anything. It's the state's burden. It's the state's responsibility to carry the case forward, to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you should find the defendant not guilty if you believe they failed in that. Attorneys Doral and Vera carried out their constitutional duty in this case efficiently. And I don't want to say too much more because of mention already about questions about the review of what they did in representing Mr. Halderson. But I wouldn't be remiss if I did not say that their actions, and I agree with Mr. Brown in this respect, that their actions at trial advanced Mr. Halderson's constitutional right to require the state to prove its case, and did so in a professional and efficient manner such that I find that they served their role in this process admirably. I'm very passionate about our system.
He's so passionate about the system, isn't he? He's emotional. You know. He's either very passionate about the system or very passionate about building model ships in tiny bottles.
And so let me move on to the points in this proceeding at which I need to be dispassionate. And I need to be dispassionate because as the person sitting in judgment, I have to try and achieve a proper analysis of the sentencing goals based upon the information and evidence put forward and what the legislature has determined to be the appropriate sentences, at least as far as maximums, mandatory minimums, if any, and here, obviously, as addressed by everyone, the determination of whether there should be any eligibility for parole in the future. Technically extended supervision, but it's easier just to say parole. I've had the benefit of observing everything at the trial, whether it occurred before the jury or not. I've had the benefit of reviewing all the pre-trial submissions by the parties. I've had the benefit of the pre-sentence investigation and the materials submitted by victims, orally by the state in writing, by the defense, and orally here today. And Mr. Halderson has exercised his constitutional right as well. I don't know the victims. I did not know the victims. I know people like them, I'm privileged to say, and I know and can understand the empty space that this crime has left. I can empathize. I can only partially understand the feelings because I haven't lost people in my family through such a manner or had a violation by a member of the family causing such loss. But everyone in this room has a mother and a father. Everyone has siblings, if they're fortunate, and everyone can understand the loss that the Halderson family, extended as it is, and their friends, and this community feel for their loss. It is tragic. It is tragic. It is something which will take decades for some to heal. I hope not that long, but healing may never come for some. One does not know. And I hope that no one is coming here for that healing. This procedure provides closure only of this legal part of the matter. What people can do in their own lives to address their loss is what they must do themselves and amongst others. But I do want you to know that this court honors your loss, honors the people who died, and approaches this sentencing here, weighing that gravity of that offense as one of those things which must be weighed in determining whether or not Mr. Halderson should ever be eligible for parole, as the life sentences I must impose are predetermined by the legislature. It is true that rehabilitation is a factor that must be considered, and Attorney Brown's point is well noted, that I'm not certain that anyone has identified rehabilitative needs, but those may arise over time, depending upon an individual's receptiveness and willingness to participate in self-examination or diagnosis or other steps which our criminal justice system utilizes to try and determine how to fix something, whether it's a substance abuse issue or an anger issue or something that is only amenable to treatment by medication or intensive therapy. Some people, I believe, can't be fixed. I have no basis to know whether Mr. Halderson fits into any of those categories, other than I think it's fairly clear here that nothing was identified in his 23, 24 years of life up to this point, except for his actions in July. And to an extent, his actions over the year plus leading up to that, where he was deceiving his family and his friends. The gravity of the offense is as serious as it could be, and I must not overlook, of course, the steps taken to hide the crime. The steps taken which, if one ponders it, certainly makes the crime even worse. If you could say that the murder of your parents is something that could be made worse. I've tried, even though I've had to examine carefully the evidence, not to think about it. I've tried not to think about how or what steps were taken or how these things even took place. I don't wish to engage in that speculation at sentencing, but I recognize that the jury found Mr. Halderson guilty of mutilating both bodies, hiding both bodies, and presenting a story to law enforcement to try and lead them on a completely different path than what had actually occurred. And that he took steps in those actions which really robbed those people of dignity. But fortunately, their dignity is in whole here, in these people that remember them.
Oh, he's so choked up, this judge, isn't he? He's just like, I don't think I've ever seen a judge kind of break down. Is he breaking down? Is that what this is?
These people that are here today, because of them. I appreciated learning more about them, and my condolences go to every member of their family. There's no foregone conclusions in sentencing. I've learned that since my time on the bench. I've learned that each case is different. Each case demands an individual examination. And sometimes I will confess I sit down not knowing what I'm going to do, or not even certain which direction I'm leading. So I appreciate all of the statements made by counsel here and in writing, recognizing that the determination doesn't come until this point and nothing is foregone as far as a conclusion. This is the third individual for which I've had to make this determination. And similar to ADA Raymond's comments, I've had to sentence a host of other people up to this crime, where you can observe a lot in the background of the individual that you end up wishing hadn't been the case, because they might not have come to the point if they had had a better foundation. It is to Bart and Krista's credit the foundation Mr. Halderson enjoyed. And it does not explain what happened here. And as everyone has discussed, there may be the ability to have rehabilitation throughout some course of time. And that's why the defense requests that that be kept in mind as to the determination of eligibility for parole. But in all honesty, I must say that as a wiser judge indicated to me once, you should sentence people not because of your anger, if indeed you're fearful of them, and not utilize the same standards for both. I cannot conceive.
He's kind of keeping the suspense running here, isn't it? But, I mean, even if he granted parole, there's no fucking way that it would be before 50 years, when he'd be 74 years old. I mean, that's not on the cards. He's not going to get 30 with parole after 30, life with parole after 30 years. That's not going to happen. Everybody in the room knows that. It's maybe 50, like Ezra McCandless got parole possibility after 50 years. But, I mean, is that anything to be suspenseful about? That's a life sentence. You know, he's probably not going to live till 74.
Of a way to fulfill my duty to protect the public that I serve, were I to perceive that at some point in time, an individual who committed these crimes should be released back into that public. I cannot grant to Mr. Halderson the generosity of spirit and empathy that his grandmother has for him. Empathy which his own parents would surely have had were he just owned up to what he had deceived them about. I cannot say to the community here in this room or at large in this county that Mr. Halderson should have the ability to be reviewed and considered for release back into our community at any point, despite his young age at this point in his life. The gravity of these offenses and the need to protect the public outweigh the potential that there could be that at some future point he should have presence among us. Now, that is not to say that he may not have the possibility of presence as a member of his family in the future. That is up to those folks and he, and that's mentioned in the defense memorandum regarding a hope that someday there might be a reconstruction of a relationship. That's all well and good. I would wish that for anyone, because I don't like telling his grandmother that I'm not able to give her the relief that she's asking for here out of her love for her grandson. I cannot do that. I have to, for this sentence, ensure that the only time Mr. Halderson comes back into the community is to have the privilege of a burial that he denied his parents. And so on counts 1 and 5, per statute, I sentence him to life in prison, and pursuant to section 973.014 sub 1G3, I find that he is not
What happened there?
Rather superfluous, to say the least, but at the same time, I absolutely acknowledge that we may be in a completely different position here had he committed the acts of homicide but then stopped and took other steps to accept responsibility and sought forgiveness of everyone. Because what happens with a weapon in a moment of panic is different than what happened over those 48 to 72 hours. The events of which I don't wish to think of or consider once again, having listened to the evidence and observed the testimony and the physical evidence. So to make this quite simple, I will impose maximum terms concurrent to each other and concurrent to counts 1 and 5 on each of the other counts within the information of which the verdict convicted Mr. Halderson. I do believe that by imposing the maximum, I'm recognizing the severity of those individual acts, but there is a life sentence here, so making them consecutive does not undermine the gravity of that, given the maximum penalty involved. I determined, by my calculation, 253 days of credit that the judgment of conviction would reflect from July 8th, 2021 until yesterday's date. And I will waive the court cost assessments and surcharges on each count based upon indigence, the balance on each of the victim witness fee to be payable during the course of his confinement. Is there any restitution being sought?
No, Your Honor.
Then I will enter an order for zero restitution at this time. I don't have to address conditions of extended supervision, except to the point that there's an extended supervision component of the sentences on the other counts. So I would adopt the recommendations of the department on page 24 of the pre-sentence as to those. Although I recognize that extended supervision is denied under this sentence, so that point is moot. Attorney Brown or Raymond, did I overlook anything in passing judgment?
No.
Attorney Vera or Doral, did I overlook anything other than addressing post-conviction?
No.
Mr. Halderson, you have the absolute right to seek an appeal. You have 20 days within which to start that process. That's through filing a notice of intent. I believe that we have on file the notice that you understand and have been given notice of that right, and most importantly, of that deadline. Your signature's on that document. That'll be placed within the file here. I thank everyone for being here today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
We are adjourned. He's still thinking to himself, I wonder where the messenger took the hidden item in Tarkov. How am I going to escape from Tarkov? Am I going to Tarkov now? Oh, this stupid kid. You know, you could have just, not played so many computer games. And you'd be fine. You'd be out, you'd have a car, you'd have decent food, you'd have a girl. You could be having trips away and doing all sorts of fun activities, summers at the lake and visiting mom and dad and, all that stuff you could be doing. And you're going to be sitting in the concrete shitbox next to a toilet with no seat and a gym mat pillow forever. So congratulations, Chandler Halderson. Well done, Chandler Halderson. Man, what a dick. Anyway, guys, 5:08 a.m. Oh, it's getting light. Well, it's not getting light. It's not going to be light for another couple of hours. But we'll have to go anyway. We'll have to go. But thanks for everyone for being here and for the support on buymeacoffee.com and for the beautiful comments. Good to see so many of you in the chat. We'll be back with the Chandler Halderson case at some later stage with a few bits and pieces, you know. Plus, we need to tell the whole story from the beginning. But that'll come later. You know, got to focus on the Adelson case now. Got to get more coffees coming in with the Adelson case. I think that's the way to do it, right? Everybody loves the Adelson case. Okay, say goodnight, guys. Don't be an Adelson. Be kind to each other. And have a safe drive home. Good night, guys. Good night, good night, good night.